Compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Deputy Clerk Pamela Dimick announced that this is a special meeting which was sent to Hunterdon County Democrat on March 5th, 2019. A copy of the agenda for this meeting was forwarded to the Hunterdon County Democrat, Times of Trenton, Star Ledger, Courier News, posted on the bulletin board, and filed in the clerk's office on March 12th, 2019.
Okay, welcome everybody. We decided, in light of the power outages that we had from the last two storms, what I'll loosely call the windstorm and then the snowstorm, and as a result of a number of calls and emails that I received from residents with questions, and then an article that appeared online about these storms in JCP&L, I asked Stan Prater to, if he could come and attend this meeting so that residents who were interested in getting answers to questions could hear directly from JCP&L rather than me raising them with Stan and then coming back to the residents. This could be a bit more interactive. I had asked Stan a number of questions and had received answers, probably questions that at least some of you would like to ask him. So we allocated a half hour for people to come in and ask Stan questions. So with that, motion to open to the public.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are open to the public. Anyone who has a question for Stan, fire away. Andrea?
Andrea Bonnet, Ridge Road, 17 Ridge Road.
You mind if I stand up and just
Want me to-
turn
No.
around?
Fine.
Position myself.
Not
Thank
to
you.
look you in the eye.
Yes.
No, I really actually only had a tiny flicker for like 1 second, although my neighbors across the street from immediately next door had a long power outage. But at a recent township committee meeting, and you were not here, somebody else was here for JCP&L, I asked about when we call in for a power outage and we have two options. Is there a power line down on your property or not? Yes or no? And my problem is, and a lot of my neighbors in the Sourlands do, it's a very long driveway and we can't really see in the dark whether there's a power line down or not. And we don't really want to go out wandering around in the dark and, potentially step on a power line. So I'm just wondering if another option of, I don't know, could be added to that. It's a very minor thing in comparison to what a lot of people went through in
So,
the storm.
so there's two options, right? You said, is there a power line down?
On your property, yes or no?
And the other option was,
But the other option, there is no other option. I mean, it's either say, yes, there is a power line down, or no, there is not. a power
okay,
line down.
all right,
But if I
so,
don't know, I kind of hate to lie. I mean, I kind of hate to say yes, but I also kind of hate to say no in case there is one, because I might not find out till the next morning. Or I might find out if I step on a lot of power.
well, and until that's fixed, now you were without power?
Well, this particular storm, no
Okay.
problem at all. I'm going back to like Hurricane Sandy when I was out for that.
Oh, okay,
So I
okay.
did not lose, I had a flicker for one, it was just enough to set my microwave to 0, and that is a big crisis. in my
All right,
life.
so there's no option to say you don't know if there's a power
Right,
line?
exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
all right. I'll look
Thanks.
into that with our call center, yes.
Anyone else?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Yeah, Kim Shepard from South Hill Road. This actually is related to that.
Oh.
Which is that we have now had 2 instances in the last 6 months where a tree has come down on a power line and caused a fire.
Yes.
And it took your company more than 5 hours in each case to come out and put out the fire. And that's terrifying when you're up on a mountain and the fire department says it can't do anything.
And with all
And
the
you see a
trees.
burning fire, and the trees block our only exit out of our house. And, and partly this goes to is there the wire down on your property? The wire isn't down on our property, the wire's down on the street. But there's no good way to report that except calling the fire department, calling the township hall. And even then, it's taken, it took 6 hours the first time and 5 hours the second, while we have a live fire on the street.
Well, I did pull that, or was this, did this happen in March 4th during the snowstorm?
Yeah, oh no, this
Is this,
happened during the
is this
windstorm.
what you and I talked about?
There
This was
there
Route
was-
31.
There
You
was
talked
one
to
on,
Tim.
there was one on Wirtsville Road also.
Yeah, so I did pull some information on that, so I just wanted to kind of give some more specifics if I could. And this was actually at the end of the storm. There was like 541 customers that were affected. I believe it was on Linville Road. Give me 1 second here. Thought I had pulled that notice. 41, 38. Okay. So on March 4th, there was an outage because of equipment failure, which caused a pole fire. And it started at roughly 9:42.
Stan, could you move closer to the mic so we make sure it picks you up? If
This
you,
right
that's
here?
it, yep. If you just want to stand. Yeah, there you go.
I
Just
just
right
don't
there,
want my
perfect.
back turned to
No,
the-
no, if you could face her, just,
Is
there
this
you
better?
go. Perfect, yep.
Okay. It started at 9:42 and it was restored at 12:45 a.m. So that was roughly 4 hours.
But
to
that
res-
wasn't ours, that was a different one.
That was a different, okay,
Yeah.
that's why I just wanted to make sure, because we talked about one, and I think
I
this
think
is
you
the
talked
one
to
you and I
Tim.
talked about.
Yeah.
There was some Facebook chatter about protocol. This particular one, we sent the supervisor out there, we de-energized the service, so these customers were out. They also, the people that was out there, the firemen that was out there, asked the servicemen to pull the meter. They pulled the meter so that they could deal with the fire. This particular one, I don't have information on, I have to investigate.
Yeah, well, the problem in our case is that we're on a so-called unpaved road, and there are only 4 houses. So I think we fall to the bottom of your list, but we're in the middle of a forest, and the trees fall on the.
And there's no way out, except
And there's
one
no way out,
one
right, we get trapped in there. I've spent 2 nights packed to evacuate, thinking that we were gonna have to leave in the event of a fire.
What's the address, miss?
This is 20 South Hill Road, but where the wire went down is not on our property, it's between our property and Lindbergh Road. So where this falls down, and this is something where I might wanna just say something for Township Council, where the trees fall down is on an abandoned property, where they're not taking care of the trees.
Okay,
So we trim all our trees, we make sure nothing is interfering with the power lines, but there's an abandoned property on our street right by the corner.
okay.
And it's from that property that the trees are falling over, and you can see, my husband, because he's the one who spots the errant trees, but you can see that the trees, are vulnerable.
Mhm.
And then when we had our latest outage where we had a fire sparked, was during that big windstorm, when it was very dry and the winds were whipping up at whatever they were, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And that's when a tree fell, sparked the wire, and there were these sparks, and then the sparks were setting off little brush fires all around where the wire was sparked, and we just wanted it turned off.
Sure.
Like, we understand that you can't get to 4 houses as your first priority, and we have a generator so we can survive, but it's that nobody has the power to turn it off till somebody gets there, and because we're so remote, we're a last priority even when there's a fire. The same thing happened last year, when a tree fell, leaned on the wire, the tree caught fire, and was literally a flaming log, until it fell through all the wires and was on the ground flaming for 5 hours before you guys got there. So now that this has happened twice, we're really wondering whether we should be living here. This is not just a power outage, this is like, do we lose the whole neighborhood?
Well, in that scenario, when an energized wire falls down on a tree or in a dry field, that's a common cause, brush fires are common. For 5 hours, if we were, did this happen during the 25th, during the windstorm?
Here during the windstorm.
Okay. Probably what happened was, we normally have mutual assistance. When we know an outage is going to happen and we saw this coming, we usually can get mutual assistance, meaning we can get additional resources from other sister companies. First Energy has 9 sister companies, so we can go to Pennsylvania, we can go to West Virginia. We can also go to PSE&G, Atlantic City Electric. This was a regional storm, a state storm, and people were holding crews until after the event. And so we did not get additional crews until, actually the next day, until the windstorm actually subsided. That could have been a reason, I don't know specifically, I'd have to look into your situation. As far as the abandoned property, the town can deal with that, but if there's trees within our right-of-way that will fall on our infrastructure, I'll have our foresters certainly come down there and look at that condition. But in terms of those 911, was it called in as a 911? I guess it was.
I mean,
I'd have to-
the outage, I called 911, we got, you know.
Right.
And we're in the Hopewell fire.
No, but I mean,
so-
let me stop you there. When you call in an outage and there's a fire, then you report it as a 911,
Yeah,
right?
we did that
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
on multiple occasions.
Okay, all right.
But here's the question, is whether the system couldn't have some kill switches built in, so that municipal officials who do get there quickly could at least turn off the power to the wire.
Yeah, unfortunately,
because-
we don't have, it's unsafe, first of all.
Well, it's
And
more unsafe if everything burns down.
I understand, but what happens is that at least we don't wanna give a citizen, a public citizen, the authority to go out there and turn off an energized piece of equipment, because that could cause more problems than what you already are dealing with. So we wouldn't do that. What we need to do is make sure that the order is called in right, and that we respond in a quicker, in a timelier manner. So I don't wanna give.
How do we get you to come quicker than saying the street is on fire and we're packing to evacuate?
Well, brush fires are common when wires come down. So, and it wasn't a structure fire, it was a brush fire, right? Based on what you just said.
Right, but then
And
brush
so,
fires
yeah, and they.
can spread to become structure fires.
Understood. But those typically burn out, and until we get there, they're secured by first responders, and until we get there, they're usually secured. They're the first responders, your police, your fire are there on the scene, until we can get to de-energize the wires. And we can get there, sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's not. We had a lot of outages, and a lot of those scenarios that you just talked about were happening throughout that 3-day period from the windstorm. So that wasn't the only thing that was going on. We just didn't have resources available, and that's what I was talking about, mutual assistance, where we usually have more people at the initial beginning of the storm, but we didn't until the next day, so.
In both cases, when we called first responders, it was actually Hopewell that sent up the fire trucks, and they said, we can't do anything, and they left. So the neighbors, we are sitting there watching to see whether the brush fire is gonna spread, with no equipment whatsoever to handle it.
Why did
Who is the Office of Emergency? Who's your only employee?
Well, I'm the
They said
OEM
because they-
liaison.
nothing can be done
Gary
until-
Myers is our.
Gary
OEM.
Myers is the officer of it, yeah. Because I was saying, if you don't get response, let me just say this, if you don't get response in a reasonable time, you know, you can go up to your municipal officials who can contact me, then I will get involved to expedite a situation like that.
Well, maybe I
Well,
can
we
ask
can't
the,
get out of our street, right?
yeah,
Excuse
let
me?
me ask the
We
question,
can't leave our street, that's the problem.
let me ask the question a different way, Stan.
Yeah,
What is the expected protocol? Okay, if there's a fire that's involving power equipment, what we hear, whether it's actual or not, as we heard through chatter on several of these occasions, is that the fire department won't respond until the power's out. But the power company won't come and put the power out until the fire's out.
no.
Well, this is what
Yeah.
has been bantied around on our social
No,
media.
the protocol is that we will come there and de-energize equipment, and then the fire department will make a determination to mitigate the fire, or either sometimes, depending how bad it is, they'll let it burn out if it's based on their discretion. But we need to come there, if it's an electrical fire, which is caused by electrical equipment, we need to come there and de-energize the equipment.
So let's say you guys come to a scene, there's a fire, you de-energize. Do you then stay and observe and call the fire department in and work together to make sure the fire's put out?
And typically, when we get there, they're on the scene.
Okay.
The ones, all the fires that I've been involved with, first responders are usually there first, and they're waiting for us to get there. They'll call me if they push it up through the municipal officials to get an ETR, because sometimes what happens is, I've had fires happen, the system will automatically put in a ATR based on historical data, so it may say 2 hours. Fire chief calls me up and says, hey Stan, I got a fire here, I need somebody here before 2 hours. I get involved, call the supervisor in the field and say, hey, look, we need to get somebody there ASAP. If we need to pull somebody off a job, let's get them over there. So that's how I can help you in a scenario like this.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Two things. One is, it sounds as if you're not really familiar with the Sauerland area. And I'd like to invite you to come visit us and just look around and see. Because when I heard you say something about the fire was just in the brush and that was not really a threat to the house, I think you need to see it.
I don't know that. I just said that when you have a wire to come down and it's dry, that's not an uncommon occurrence for a brush fire to occur.
Yeah,
Of course, if it's near a structure and it's burning and it has the potential to cause a house fire, yeah, that is an unsafe area. And I've ridden here. I've been down on Lindbergh Road, Lindvale, and I know we've had a lot of issues down there. But it's a highly treated area, and so I don't know the town per se. I'm not from here, but I didn't mean to minimize or be cavalier about that answer. But it is, when an energized wire comes down, it's not uncommon for a tree to catch a fire, a branch to catch a fire. And if it's dry on the ground, the brush on the ground will normally catch a fire as well.
I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
Yes, we've seen it.
We're already
Yeah, so that's not an uncommon occurrence, that's all I'm saying, in this industry, it's not uncommon.
Well, Stan, as a second question, unless anyone else have questions? Okay.
Rich Spiegel, Mountain Road. The question I have is, I understand Hunterdon County, this last time was like 15,000 out in Hunterdon County.
Close to it, yes.
Yeah, approximately.
Mhm.
The thing is, like Ms. Bonet said, East Amwell is kind of split in two when it comes to power.
Mm-hmm.
On that side of Sauerland Mountain where they live, it's Flemington.
Mm-hmm.
On this side, it's usually West Amwell, a substation on Rock Road. So my question would be, where was most of the power out on substation on West Amwell that feeds us, or Flemington, or was it all because of trees coming down on wires? In other words, were the substations down at any time?
No,
No substation?
no substations down, and most of the customers were affected by the power coming out of the Ringo substation
Yeah,
over
and
579.
nature,
Yeah.
basically nature.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I heard stories that the substation was down. The one time we were out for over a week was because a tree came down on the substation over in West Amwell. That was years ago.
Oh, yeah, that was,
That was years ago.
these particular
So-
outages, these were
And
out
that
of,
story started around again too, that it was the substation in West Amwell, and I just wanted to make sure.
your town is served by several substations, but the main
Yeah.
substation that serves this
But we're
town is-
talking about the mountain though. I'm saying on our side of the mountain, like where I live, it comes out of Flemington.
Okay,
Now, when you hit Runyon Mill Road and come this way, usually it comes from substation in West Amwell.
that's the Rocktown substation.
Correct.
Yep. But, Ringo substation basically serves probably about 85% of this town.
I know.
And Stan, we were told years ago by Mr. Anderson that a major investment was made to reroute. So if we lost a substation, power would be rerouted through the other substation, and we would essentially have redundancy.
No, that is true.
But in this last case, there was a lot of houses out for a pretty long time, so it didn't feel like there was any kind of rerouting of power.
There were, because of the way that the damage was a lot of broken poles and wires that need to be replaced. And there was a lot of embedded damage, and so what we couldn't do any time so much, we actually do repairs in a lot of this storm that just happened, so. If there's any, information that I could give you is that Ringo substation, again, serves about 85% of this town. It's up to be trimmed this year in the second quarter. And typically what we do is we see better reliability after we trim. We're on a 4-year cycle, as you know it. And we're also looking to remove hazard trees, ash trees, emerald war ash. That's a disease that's here in Hunterdon County. So, I just wanted to let you know that. You'll see our contractors out and about, probably between April and June, doing a lot of tree trimming in town. So anything that you guys bring up as a hazard, if you want us to investigate, we'll certainly do that at this time. And we're talking about that abandoned property. If there's something over there that we can do to help that situation out, we'll be more than glad to do that.
Stan, I received a call from a resident who said that he had power out for several days and that a crew was there working on repairing it. 4:30 came around and the crew left. And another crew did not come thereafter, and no one was back until the next day. You and I discussed this, but could you explain to the residents why the crew left at 4:30 and did not return until the following morning?
Yeah, we have a, because of the linemen do have, they're under contract for one, they're union workers and they have CDLs. They can only work a certain amount of hours. We're on a 16 and 8 schedule. So they timed out and they had to leave. And we didn't have the crew complement to replace them to make those repairs until the next morning. We had more crews coming in. So in that particular situation, they timed out and we couldn't send a crew to make the repairs until the next morning. Because of the CDL license that they hold as well as the union contract would not allow them to stay and complete that particular job. And we didn't have, we had people, as I told the mayor, we had people on property, but we didn't have the right complement to make that particular repair until the next day.
Can you pay them overtime if they volunteer to stay on for extra time?
Not in that scenario. They are being paid overtime if they work over their 8 hours. But because of the way that the state law works, they have to rest after working.
8 hours before.
16 was, I think it's 16 hours if you have a CDL, I believe it is. You're on the 16 to 8 work shift. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I was lucky this time, my next door neighbor wasn't. In the past, JCP&L has refused, mutual aid from Ohio and from other places. Were you relying on just your own internal crews, or were you turning away help again from other
Utilities?
utility companies? Because usually they'll come in and you'll see their trucks all over, and usually folks from another state have said, never seen anything this old since that was a problem.
And there was 2 storms. So the first storm, we didn't get the mutual assistance because it was a more of a regional kind of a state type of storm. It was the windstorm. We got mutual assistance on the next day. I think it was Tuesday the 26th, because people were holding their crews because of dealing with the windstorm. On the snowstorm, we did have mutual assistance come in.
Okay, and the other question is, CDL means you can drive a truck. And you have limitations on it, like airline pilots and things like that. Your staff, your regular repair crew, can climb a pole or whatever. If somebody else drives the truck there, it would be an additional expense during an emergency. But have you sought out a pool of people who will come, have the appropriate licensure, and then when you have a thing like that, and your people, your technical experts are timing out, that you can pull in somebody? There are a lot of people in this town alone that plow or do different things, whether it's for the state or others, that have CDL licenses. They know the area, and other than being a bit of a financial hit to you, it makes your life a little easier when you come to meetings like this. I get phone calls.
And we have looked at, we have a contract with the IBEW to utilize their folks, not so much for drivers, but for hazard assessment, to do assessments for some major events. But in these particular events, these past 2 events, we have contracts in place, but we weren't able to get people until the next day, and then we were able to utilize mutual assistance in the second.
There are a number of seniors and people with health issues to where a delay overnight, you know, I've had to evacuate in the past because of the thing. Given the frequency with which power goes out, you know, butterfly flaps its wing and a tree falls down and takes out the mountain, especially on Mountain Road. Can you make township-specific protocols or contingencies to ensure that this high flyer, frequent flyer, whatever kind of an area of special risk is getting it's a small area, and it wouldn't necessarily be like calling out the National Guard and sending them somewhere, but can you put in place some kind of a plan to where either you bring in people, or we maybe set you up to connect with people that have the licensure or things like that, that then can be pulled in and you've done whatever background check or any other things, so that you don't, I mean, this is a lot of people for East Amwell Township Committee meetings, and they usually come out like this for the cable guy and for JCP&L. So you made a lot of promises in the last couple of years to folks.
Well, to answer your question, no, we wouldn't use any of the citizens, but we would use licensed electrical contractors and journeymen that are experts in substation and line mechanics. We would look to utilize those folks in the case of emergencies or extended storm outages.
But people who can do the work and are eligible to get the overtime, so people aren't out for 12 hours,
Yes.
will you commit to doing everything and having a site-specific plan or township-specific plan that you can share with our mayor?
I can't I can't make that kind of agreement because we don't make a specific plan for the town because we service this entire area. So we are working, we do have, I will say this, we have a reliability plan that we submitted, and I don't know if you guys gave us a resolution, but I think I mentioned it to you last year, Tim, when you were mayor, that we submitted to the Board of Public Utilities to enhance reliability, and it includes a lot of smart metering, smart fuses, not metering, but smart fusing, built-in redundancies, tree trimming, and things that will help the overall reliability in this area. So I can't speak specifically for, having a plan for East Amwell, but I can speak for a plan for this area. So if it gets approved by the Board of Public Utilities, what I'll do, there is a plan specifically for East Amwell to come back in to let you know how that will impact this town specifically. So that's the best I can do in terms of, giving you some.
Before I shut up, and yes, I will, can you share that plan that you have submitted with the mayor and the township so they can put it on the website, and to whom at the Board of Public Utilities it has been shared, so that maybe input from the public might sway them to do that?
Yeah.
Because the next KRO is going to be the county freeholders.
That's fine. I can do that once it's approved. It's being negotiated right now at the Board of Public Utilities level. So anything, we came out earlier and said what we wanted to do. So what's happening is that they're looking at the plan, and so some of the things that we have in that plan has changed or will change. So once it's approved, I'll be glad to come out and share that with your public officials, and they can disseminate it however they want.
When is the next Board of Public Utilities meeting that can be attended by the public?
I don't know, you'd have to go on their website, ma'am, to
I
see
will,
that.
okay. That's it, thank you.
We're going to have to wrap up soon, but Richie, if
Just
you have a
real
quick question.
Because you mentioned the CDL licenses,
Yes.
okay? So I'm getting the impression what you're saying is that the fellow that drives a truck without air brakes, okay, doesn't have to have a CDL. When you're driving a truck with air brakes, you have to have a CDL. Now, that was passed in the state way back when the state said all school bus drivers had to get a CDL because the school buses were going to be equipped with air brakes. Now, a lot of people that I knew drove buses thought they were going to lose their job because they had to take the test to drive with air brakes, and they were all kind of nervous. Doesn't that apply to public utilities too? And if it does, why wouldn't you just have all employees with a CDL license in case you got a truck in the lot that's not being manned, and you get a situation where you said before you didn't have anybody to come out to replace the crew because he didn't have a CDL license, which he has to have. So I don't understand why all drivers don't have a CDL license.
They do, sir. And let me rephrase that.
Yeah, I'm not getting the gist, so I'm
Every
saying,
line
better
person,
explain it.
every employee that you see working in the field that.
They all have it.
They all have a CDL.
Okay.
And there's a union contract that we have. CDL basically tells you, you know, after a certain amount of hours of work, you have to have a certain amount of hours of rest. The other piece to that, there's a union contract that basically says you can only work so many hours because of the unsafe condition. And so, once they timed out, once that crew timed out, they left like they were supposed to. And we didn't have the crew complement, not that we didn't have people, but we needed a certain amount of crew complement to complete that job, and we didn't have it till the next morning. So that's what happened in that situation.
Well, then, yeah, I think what Mrs. Gadigan said, a good idea would be to give the Board of Public Utilities a little boost, but at the same time, they should get in contact with the New Jersey State Department of Labor, because I don't remember the utility companies having that in their contract. Believe me, I've been retired now since 2002. Being an iron worker for over 40 years, I worked 7/12s. There's nothing in the state law that says that I can't, and that's a trade. So I don't understand how the utility companies got it in their contract that they can't work over the hours, and if they do, I never heard about it, so.
Each contract and each.
They're negotiating that,
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's a negotiated
what's
item.
happening.
That's
They're
a
negotiating.
That's a negotiated item.
So the next negotiated contract, there's where the town should come in and say, wait a minute, you know, why can't the contracts, I know a lot about
I
contracts.
understand, but
It's just, we're losing
the
out
town
here
wouldn't
with
have
power
any, the
because
town
there's
would not
no
have any leverage in
manpower.
it.
All right, Stan, you have one more question.
It's unbelievable.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I want to reiterate, my first problem's fires, but the second problem's a different one, which is, you guys own the poles, right, on which.
Some of them exist
Okay.
between us and telephone.
So the other issue that we've had for most of the time we've been here has been that when a pole comes down or when wires come down, the electricity wire may go back up, but all the other ones don't. And we have no way of telling which wire is the one that's been down since last summer, right? We think it's the Comcast wire, but we're not sure, and I'm wondering who coordinates with all the other people who have wires on your pole to pull their wires back up off the ground?
Well, we'll go out and do our work, and if it's phone that's still there, we'll give them a call and say, hey, Jersey Central, we're finished with our work on this pole. You made all the transfers. The wire that's there is either gonna be cable or phone, and we'll make a phone call to them to let them know.
But is there anything, so we had wires down on the ground for 2 years after Sandy, and we've had one wire down on the ground since last July. And, you know, every time we call the cable and the phone, they will only come out and they'll send somebody out as if it's on our property, which it's not, it's on the street. And how do we reach them, or how does somebody reach them?
Your municipal officials can call, we investigate every wire. I mean, it's insane, I know, I'm pretty sure it's not ours. If you call the phone or the cable company, they have a responsibility once they come out to tell you if it's there, whose wire it is. If it's not theirs, they should be
They
telling you.
never send out they just send out somebody for a residential call. There's
Okay.
no way an individual can get them to come out with the kind of truck that would, and then each repairman who comes out keeps saying, he'll call it in, but like I said, we've had one wire on the ground since last July.
Do you have contacts for, is Verizon or is it CenturyLink in your,
Well, we have Comcast, and he's sitting in the back corner being very quiet.
I'm sure that gentleman will be glad to, have someone investigate that, but I'm pretty sure if they've been out there since Sandy, I would be hard pressed to believe it's
Let me-
our wires.
2 years after Sandy.
So let me just
We've
summarize.
been down for 8 months.
Last year when we had the storm, we put out a word for everyone to identify the wires. If you remember when we had the roadside cleanup, we told everyone on roadside cleanup, you see wires down, report them, and we reported them up to Stan, at least from the power company perspective, I believe you took care of most
Yeah,
of
I
it.
mean, we do
So-
cleanup after storms, and we have contractors that, all they do is go around and clean up.
So,
If it's
so maybe
ours-
we do the same thing this year with the roadside cleanup. That's coming up again. Let's just ask all the volunteers in roadside cleanup, as they're cleaning up, if you see wires down, let's aggregate that list and get it to the appropriate, whether it's power or cable, get it to all of them, and let them, come out and
Yeah,
take a look at it.
we'll go out and we'll make a determination, and we'll get back to you and let you know if it's ours, if it's not, we'll let you know.
After
Stan?
Irene, nobody knew who owned what pole, which was part of the week-long thing, and there was a promise to come up with an inventory that could be mapped as to who owns what and where, and hopefully shared with the township. As far as I know, that hadn't been done by Sandy, and I suspect, I bet a $10 bill, it still hasn't been done. And that would be something for people to maybe share with the Board of Public Utilities at their next meeting, March 29th, 10 a.m. in Trenton.
Okay, we have to wrap this up. Stan, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
If anyone has additional questions, you could follow Stan out into the hall and ask him. No baseball bats, please. But Stan, thank you very much for
You're
coming,
welcome.
particularly on short notice. We really appreciate it.
No problem, I'm glad, I'm here to represent your interests and do what we can to have a good partnership.
And I will say that I called Stan a number of times during those storms or emailed him. Tim did as well, and Stan was always very prompt at getting back to us, and then we would get whatever information Stan gave us onto the website, and that's the way it's going to work going forward. Whatever we get will go right onto the website, so if you want to know what we know, check our website. Thank you, Stan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
And just one comment, Francis, that recommendation was made by the BPU experts to the power companies in their report from last March storms, to inventory all the poles.
Good. I sent you and the mayor the list of when the dates are, and there's some other things that are under review and coming up pretty soon on the BPU website. So you might
Okay.
want to put that up
Let's
someday.
start our regular meeting.
Motion to close? Or you
Well,
want-
motion to close to the public?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's start our regular meeting.
Okay.
Take it away.
In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Deputy Clerk Pamela Dimick announced that this is a regularly scheduled meeting pursuant to the resolution adopted on January 2nd, 2019, with the meeting notice published in the Hunterdon County Democrat issue of January 2nd, 2019, with the meeting notice published in the Hunterdon County Democrat issue of January 10th, 2019. A copy of the agenda for this meeting was forwarded to the Hunterdon County Democrat, Times of Trenton, Star Ledger, Courier News, posted on the bulletin board, and filed in the clerk's office on March 12th, 2019.
Okay, please rise for the pledge allegiance to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have some items under agenda review. Under announcements, the Township Easter egg hunt is April 13th. The rain date is April 20th. It's starting at 11 a.m. sharp at the East Amwell Township School. Roadside Cleanup Day will be April 20th. Please contact Tom Rue for information on signing up to participate. The annual Spring Cleanup Day is scheduled for April 27th. Contact Will Harrison for details. Contact details are available through the Recycling Committee page on the website. Details of both events will also be published shortly via the website. Add to special discussion under C, interviews, Nora DiCiria for an Environmental Commission. Add to special discussions under J, email from Gale Brewery, request for information regarding the ERI. Add to new business, request from Court Administrator Jennifer Budroots to advertise for a part-time violations clerk. Add to new business, animal control services. And add to correspondence, ask for a copy, resolution number 3219 in opposition of the New Jersey Department of Agriculture's new beekeeping regulations. That's it.
Okay, I'm going to make a few announcements. First, 2019 dog licenses are now overdue, so there's an additional late fee of $25 per dog. If you haven't done your dog licenses yet, please do them as quickly as possible. Free radon kits are available to residents at the Hunterdon County Health Department. The information is in the agenda. As we've said each month for the last 5 or 6 months, our website, our new website, is up and running. That is going to become the focal point for information regarding what's going on in the township. To the extent that anything meaningful happens, we get it on the website as quickly as possible. If it's significant, it comes up as a news flash and will stay up for some period of time. To the extent you want to know what's going on in the town, check our website. If you have questions, you can email Allison Castellano at the email address in the agenda. Hunterdon County will hold an electronics waste recycling day on Saturday, March 23rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the library complex on Route 12. Hunterdon County will also hold an Identishred Day on Saturday, April 6th from 9 a.m. to noon or until the truck is full. It will be held at the library complex on Route 12. Last, the Buckwalter art exhibit, which is John Buckwalter's mother's artwork, is now on display at Clausen House, also known as the East Amwell Museum. The museum is open on Saturday and Sunday from 1 to 4, and there will be a special reception this Friday at 7 o'clock. I have been to each one of these art exhibits, some of them multiple times. They're very well attended, they're very enjoyable, and they're constantly changing the displays in the museum, so the fact that you were there a few weeks ago doesn't necessarily mean that if you come back today you'll see the same things. In fact, Jim Davidson called me this week and they found a few very interesting things in the Quick collection as they're making their way through that, so those will go on display. But there's always new things to see at the East Amwell Museum, and it's a nice place to meet your neighbors.
Can I just add one thing? I think there is a hazardous waste pickup tomorrow, or this Saturday at the county.
It was last week, too.
Was it last week?
Because I waited in line for an hour. It was well attended.
Then I missed it. Okay.
Next time. 3 times a year, I think.
You have to do a better job of letting Tim know.
Yeah.
I will.
I had it on my calendar for this week.
Okay, next on the agenda is the update from our CFO, Margaret.
Okay, I'm gonna pass out again summary sheets.
Are these the same ones you circulated, or are they
Pretty
different?
much.
Okay.
I don't know if I made any additional changes, maybe little tweaks here and there. The end result is the budget as it stands is at a flat tax rate. In fact, it's a huge 10-cent savings on an average $400,000 home. And honestly, if haven't had issues with the state, we probably would have been able to introduce tonight. We still have not been able to file the annual financial statement because of the new system that they're rolling out is still not working properly. I can't really introduce a budget until the AFS goes in, because one of the questions that you do when you send in the whole budget package is, did you submit the AFS? I've made calls every day this week, every day last week, emails every day. They're not giving us any guidance. The only information I've gotten is out of auditors from here and auditors from my other municipality.
So in layman's terms, the state decided to streamline the budget process, and like most things in New Jersey, it's had the actual opposite effect. Instead of making it easier, it's now made it intractable.
Now, once it actually works, it's probably going to be great, but I don't understand why you roll it out and it's not ready to go with maybe small little glitches, but They also wanted us to do the budget that way. It hasn't been set up, so I did all paper forms. They're actually all done. I just have to proofread to make sure everything's, good. But at this point, what you have on these summary sheets is gonna be what the budget's gonna be. I don't foresee any changes. And we came out with your flat tax rate. I think we're well covered for capital this year, or at least we're going in the right direction anyway. So, unless you have any questions about the budget. All right, the next thing I have is, part of the budget is passing a cap bank ordinance. We do this every year. I have to introduce one and then adopt at the next meeting. It's, any money that we come in under, the state decides how much the most we're allowed to, anticipate for amount to be raised by taxation. If we come under that, we're allowed to bank that for the next 2 years. If we don't use it, it drops off. I don't see us having any intention of using it, but we really do need to set it up just in case, because you never know what's gonna happen a year or two down the road.
Is that actionable this evening, the cap?
Yes, I have to introduce, I can wait one more meeting, but I have to introduce and adopt by the time we,
I'm saying, I don't think I saw it in the package.
Yeah, I didn't,
Was in that ordinance 0219?
oh, okay, it's in this packet
Yeah.
tonight, I didn't see it in.
Because I have that under
Okay.
introduction to ordinances.
Okay, and this is something we've done
every year.
every year. I know we've done it the prior 2 years that I've been on. So do we just make a motion to introduce this
Yes,
evening?
we're just
and then
introducing
have
this
a
evening,
public hearing
and the next meeting
approve
we
it
adopt.
in April?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll make a motion to introduce what will be ordinance 2-19, the model ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limitations and to establish a cap bank.
So I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Do we need a roll call for this, Pam, or is it
No, I don't think
voice vote
so.
is good?
One adoption.
But I just need to say, this ordinance will be published in the March 21st, 2019 issue of the Hunterdon County Democrat, and the public hearing is set for the next regular township committee meeting on April 11th, 2019 at 7:30.
Okay, I have another resolution to adopt another temporary emergency budget to keep us running. And that's for a total of additional $144,000.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution to adopt emergency appropriations, number 2.
So we make the motion. I'll make that motion.
I'm sorry, I'd like to ask for a motion.
And I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Right?
Okay, I have one other resolution to cancel a bunch of escrows that we had. Been working with Krista to try to start weeding out the old escrows.
Okay, I'd like to ask for a resolution to approve the resolution of March 14th, 2019, to cancel certain balances, the ones that are listed in the resolution.
I'll make that motion.
Yep, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Also under me has the award of bid to Ridge Road sections 1 and 2 for road improvement projects.
Do we want to hold that until we have our discussion?
I don't know why, I don't think we need to, do we? That's not one of the chip seal. That's just,
Okay.
they put that out for bid,
Yeah,
and
Which one are you?
although I don't have it, I have it in what I brought, I don't have it in this packet.
Let's see on
This one
this.
here, Pam, they're talking
I
about.
think that's later on in the meeting.
Okay.
Rick,
So I'll move the resolution to award the Ridge Road Phase 1 and 2 projects to Asphalt Paving Systems.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
one comment I would make, I looked through it, it looked like all the others, other than Revax, were subcontracting the asphalt paving. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, also what I find interesting is that the lowest was around 500,000 and the highest was $1 million. That's quite a difference.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. Next, we have our special discussions. We're going to start with the Comcast quarterly meeting with Rob Clifton.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the committee. Again, my name is Rob Clifton. I'm the Senior Director of Government Affairs for Comcast Cable here in East Amwell. I spoke with the young lady who said there was a down line on South Hill during the discussion with JCP&L, so we will have our folks out tomorrow to take a look at it. And Rich gave us a list of a few other ones last week that we're looking into as well. I have no formal presentation tonight, so I will, at that point, I'll open up to any questions you might have or anybody from the public.
Any questions from the committee?
Not right now.
Could I ask for a motion to open to the public?
Move the motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, anyone who has a question or comment for Rob, feel free to raise your hand. Francis, you don't?
I'm firing them. I bought a whole bunch of stuff from Best Buy, so I'm gonna have about $100 worth of equipment, other than the fact that it's not really good.
All right, Rich, you have a question,
I
comment?
won't go too hard on.
Thanks, Rich.
We've discussed a lot of things in the past, so the one thing I want to go check up with you is the increase that we always spoke about for senior citizens. We've been talking about during the contract, and have we come anywhere with that, to raise it to that $8 and change for senior citizens? I mean,
The only discount we can provide is prescribed by the state, and that is if someone qualifies for the PAD discount, the prescription for
right, that's
aged and
what, but it was
disabled.
always $8, I think, and 10 cents a month.
Yeah, whatever the state sets that level, that's what we can give.
So we're talking about the BPU again. They're setting the
Yes.
prices. Again, the BPU, you see what we're
March
saying?
29th, 10
You know,
a.m.
and the other thing is the fact that you have the networks that you deal with, Comcast Cable, and then the customer, us. Okay, so basically Comcast is a broker.
We like to,
You don't like to hear that word.
like
But
a grocery store.
yeah, but the problem is that they dictate to you when you're showing the shows on TV. Are they setting the times?
No, they set the times. We don't
So
get
they're
into
setting the
scheduling.
times.
We don't get into scheduling with
Well,
that.
and then along those lines, they're setting the times. And they also are setting the commercial time now. Right, you're not doing that.
No.
Okay. So we as customers, we watch TV. We used to be, you can turn around and run into the kitchen and make a sandwich and come back out, and the TV would be back on. Now you can go and eat dinner and come back, and you're still in the commercial, you know? But why do we have to watch the commercials again when we go on demand? To me, we already watched them one time, and we paid for that. Why is it that we go on demand, and I gotta watch the same commercials again?
It's contractual.
Who makes that decision?
The people we buy the shows from.
So they're even telling you, you have to show the commercial
Right.
when they rerun.
But if you tape it, you can fast forward through it on our DVD.
Well, I understand that, but a lot of the senior citizens don't
I
have that
understand.
equipment. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
It
use
seems
on
to me that
demand.
you're bearing down and you're just taking for granted, which we're a dying breed, let's face it, we know that. But at the same time, it's not that way now. I know, you don't want to look at it that way, but we have to be realistic.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
we don't set that. They have their own contracts. We are basically the pipe that supplies it.
Did you ever hear Gary Cooper speak Spanish?
No.
Okay, well, last week I did. I went down and I changed my remote because it was wore out. And then all weekend, now this is last weekend, all weekend, on all the Stars channels, and even turn a network. When I put the show on, it would start in English, and I would see like the TV screen, a quick flick, and then everybody speaking Spanish. I called in, and again, I don't know why we can't speak to nobody next door or in the neighborhood anymore. I have a habit of saying, where are you at? And I knew where he was at, the Philippines. Now, I was on the phone for 45 minutes with the fellow. He couldn't even find out the problem, why it was happening. He was telling me what I had to do on the remote, hit the Xfinity twice, and
Right.
you know, the screen comes up and do this and do that, but I had to watch all weekend
And it
until
just,
Monday.
and it just flipped back on?
Now everybody's speaking English again. If you want to see Gary Cooper, the 1933 movie, speaking Spanish. Really.
Well, I will talk-
And Thomas Mitchell, too.
I will talk to our engineers about why there's an issue with
Yeah,
the
I mean,
sound.
he couldn't fix it.
Because it seems like I think we would have heard if it was more widespread. It had to be a localized issue. Because we would have gotten a substantial amount of phone
I know
calls
he
for that.
tried, but he couldn't understand that. He was telling me to do something, then he would say, what's on your screen right now?
Right.
Well, what was on my screen wasn't what he said should have been on the screen.
Okay.
So I don't know.
It was a remote issue.
It is a remote issue.
Absolutely.
So maybe they gave me the wrong remote when I went to Hillsborough.
Or there might have been an issue with the remote.
But I turned the one remote in because it was a long time, you know.
Right.
But
Okay.
all right.
I'll follow up with you on it.
Any other questions for Rob?
Move we close the public?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mary, and we'll look forward to when you have your cleanup, and we'll have our folks out if there's any issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I think we should actually. Maybe even the next couple. The next topic on the list may take a little bit, so I think we're going to go out of order so that some of the people who came for a particular item, which won't take long, it'll only take a minute or two, we can let them move ahead. It's sort of like having the one item in the grocery line and you have the person in front of you with the 4 carts and the bag full of coupons. We'll let you step around the 4 carts and the bag full of coupons. So I'm going to skip to D. Is Mike Rowe here this evening? Oh, there you are. Can you come on up? Mike reached out to me a few weeks ago for approval of a project. Typically, we ask the Boy Scout to come before the Township Committee to get committee approval. So why don't you explain your project? And if we have any questions, we'll ask.
Sure thing. So I'm a member of Boy Scout Troop 65, based here in Ringgoes. Currently a Life Scout working on my Eagle Scout project. And my proposed project is to improve the Rocky Brook Trail by installing a kiosk, a historical sign, boardwalks, as well as removing some invasive plants from the area. I've been working closely with Tony Roby and Patsy Wang Iverson on my proposal. I believe that these improvements are necessary, as the trail is pretty nice, and these enhancements will help visitors learn more about and better traverse the trail. I plan on gathering volunteers from my troop, my family, and the Environmental Commission, which Ms. Wang Iverson has indicated would be happy to work with me on this project. I plan on beginning construction of the improvements in early April with the signature of the beneficiary. And the estimated cost is around $588.86, which would be raised using a GoFundMe site, which has worked in the past for my troop.
When you say the signature of the beneficiary, you mean the owner? You need to get approval?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Whoever I would need to go to get approval to build on the site.
Okay.
And Mike, what about the completion? You'll start in April. When will you be finished? And it depends on funding as well, but...
Right. I believe it may take a few months.
Okay. Sometime during the summer is what you're targeting?
Perhaps. Yeah. I have a few forms that unfortunately my printer wasn't very operational when I tried to print them, so I could email them to someone and, well, scan it and then email them to someone and then sign them at your convenience.
You could email them to me,
All right.
and I'll get them signed. Any other questions?
Sounds like a great project.
Yeah.
Can I ask for a motion to approve this?
So moved. Move
A
to approve.
second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Done deal.
Good job, Mike.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. We have 2 requests for bike events. Are the representatives here from those?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. Which one are you? The psoriasis or? Okay. Come on up.
Okay. I don't know about the other one, but I am.
Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me be here. My name is Chris Bachmeyer. I am with the National Psoriasis Foundation, and we would like to host our 5th annual bike ride here at Unionville Vineyards again this year. We would like to do it on Saturday, May 11th. We have done it each year since 2015. We would expect approximately the same number of riders, probably no more than 125 over the 3 routes. It's divided between 3 routes. We start at 7 in the morning on the ride, and we are usually off the road by 1 p.m.
I mean, I looked at what you submitted. I saw the certificate of liability insurance, the map, which is very detailed. I don't recall having any complaints about this event from the 2 years that I've been on. How about you guys? You've been on longer.
We usually send an email afterwards making sure there were no complaints. I personally try to do that. So,
Was there a route submitted?
Oh, yeah. A map and very, very detailed.
Do you guys have a cleanup vehicle that comes in behind
yeah,
everybody? Okay.
yes. So we do put out the directional signs the day before on Friday, and then as our last riders go by, no later than 6 o'clock Saturday, the signs will be cleaned up.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
No
Should
problem.
we adopt the resolution?
I think we just need consensus.
Are we okay with this?
Yes.
Yeah, see no issue.
Pam? You're umming?
Yes. I'm just looking to see if she has
Is
a
there,
resolution.
there's not a, I
No,
didn't see
but
a
we just need a
resolution.
motion.
Okay. So can I have a motion to approve this?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You're done.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too.
Anyone here from the farmland ride?
June 28th, that's fine.
Is someone coming in from the farmland ride?
Carrie said she was gonna email everybody who was supposed to be here
Okay. Let's move this to next month then.
next month.
Let's, hang on, let me see what we have here yet. Sonia, do you want to do the color run? I don't think that'll take, I don't think that'll take more than a couple minutes.
Thank you. So I was here last year. I'm here again on behalf of the East Amwell Township School PTO. We are going to be holding our 2nd annual color run, very exciting, and I'm here to ask the support and the approval from the township to hold the event, since part of it will include the road closure, and also for some assistance with the resources on the day of leading up to the event as well, and sort of post-event. So for those of you who participated last year, I think you remember the event. There are some community members here who were participating last year as well. It was a huge success, and so we're doing it again. We hope that everyone here will participate this year again. We do need for the county, in order to submit our county application for road closure, an approval from the township. So we're asking, obviously, for that. And in addition to that, we're asking for some resources, which I outlined in my letter that I sent out to everyone. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review that, but certainly I can answer any questions you might have about it.
Is the route the same as last year, where it goes to the vineyard and then goes
Yes,
back?
it's going to
Okay.
be the same exact route. I think it was a good mixture. We're going to have the 5K run, which is from the school to the vineyard and back. That worked very well. And also a 1 mile fun run or walk. It's really wonderful for families with little kids to participate as well.
I mean, I participated last year in the 5K. I thought it was great fun.
You did what?
No, I didn't.
How did you know? Really? I thought you won.
No, so, and that's a long story. But,
You're way ahead of me. I know that. So.
but it was a lot of fun, and it's a great event. And I think this year it will be even better attended than last year. I've just known from my own interaction more people. In fact, I was chatting with one of the freeholders, Sean Van Dorn, who told me that he's running now, and I said, well, you know, Sean, we have this run in East Amwell, so he's signing up. I think it's going to be very well attended this year. The assistance from the DPW is not an issue. Using things like garbage cans, recycling cans, that's not an issue. I'm very much supportive of this. I think it's a great event. It's a great way to bring the community together. It's a lot of fun. It gives volunteers the opportunity to throw powder at township committee people, and hopefully only powder. So I will entertain a motion to approve the color run and the DPW providing the assistance set forth in the letter.
So moved. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hope we see you all there.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Do you want to do the interviews, or do you want to do the chip seal?
Let's get Jason up.
Okay. Jason's not here. I don't see Jason. No, I see somebody with a tie back there, but I don't see Jason. All right. Come on up, guys. I need to get out my lists.
Hello.
Just for the audience, the Township Committee decided last year that we would increase our capital improvements budget this year and make a very serious effort to deal with some of our roads now before they get to the point where they can no longer be cost effectively dealt with. And so what we are looking at doing is chip sealing a number of roads in the township. If we don't do that, those roads will wind up breaking up, degrading, and then we're left with either trying to get a grant at some point to tear out the entire road and put in a new one, or leaving the roads in pretty sad condition. So the chip seal is really a maintenance issue. It's designed to extend the life of our roads. We recognize that there are a number of residents that don't like chip seal, particularly within the first month or two after it's done. We are going to make great efforts as part of this chip seal program to try to minimize the impact of the chips. When I say minimize, I mean minimize, not eliminate. You can't eliminate the impact of the chips. All we can do is try to minimize it. But we really don't have a choice here. Either we undertake this maintenance, or within a few years these roads will be beyond maintenance, and then we're back to where I said, which is either we have really crappy roads or we hope to get a grant. And grants are hit and miss, and there are some roads in this township, actually many, where we would never get a grant for them. They're not trafficked enough to get a grant. So this is not a thrilling prospect for us. It's not something that we're zealously looking forward to, but we've spent a lot of time looking at this. We've walked some of these roads. We even had a township committee meeting walking one of the roads. And this is really, as a practical matter, our only alternative. So we asked Jason, our DPW supervisor, and Bill our township engineer to come in tonight, we wanted to have a discussion about the proposed program, which we would hope to initiate and complete this year. So I don't know if there were copies back there, but we have in front of us here a list of roads that we would propose to do in 2019 and a list of roads that we would propose to do in 2020. We have budgeted the money to do the roads in 2019. We have one road that, depending on how things shake out, may get added to the list in 2019. Obviously, it's hard to predict 2020 at this point. We'll have to see how this year goes. But right now, for 2019, we are looking at doing Snydertown Road, Woodsville Road, Cider Mill Road, Bound Station Road, Dutch Lane, and possibly Zion Road. These were not chosen at random. There was a fair amount of time and effort put into deciding which roads would get chip sealed first. And this is the list we came up with. For 2020, we are looking at Grabowski, Boss, and Backbrook Road. The cost for 2019 would be either $123,000 or $133,000, depending on whether we do Zion. The cost for 2020 would be $127,000. So basically, we're looking at $250,000 of road work over the next 2 years. To give you some sense of magnitude, $250,000 is almost 10% of our total budget. So it may not sound like a huge number in isolation, but for East Amwell, $250,000 is a lot of money. So with that background in mind, I'll let Jason and Bill say anything they would like to say, and then to the extent the committee has any questions, we'll ask. And although it's not on the agenda, I think if maybe we ought to open to the public after we're done, in case anybody here wanted to talk about the chip seal program. You'd have an opportunity. You don't have to wait till the open public session.
If I could just add one thing. For those in the audience, if you didn't participate, we did have a hearing on this in November, a public meeting just on this topic. It is recorded, so you could go to YouTube and look at the channel and rewatch that video, which will give you a lot more information. So hopefully we don't repeat a lot of it, but we get into the meat of it and make some decisions.
Just be careful, because if you hit the wrong button, it's in Spanish. All right. Take it away, guys.
Well, this is the list that we started working on last year. We based it upon roads that we've gotten grants for and have overlaid and repaved. So we have a significant amount of money invested in them already, and we want to do the maintenance work to make them last longer.
Now, just to answer a question from a resident at the last meeting, the category DPW hours to prep, that's not to clean the roads for chip seal. That's to stabilize the roads. In other words, some of these roads that we want to chip seal have some, what I call stability issues, structural issues. Maybe drainage, maybe something else that we need to stabilize or remedy before we chip seal. Otherwise, we'll chip seal, and wherever that instability is, it's just going to open up again. So when you see, if you get this chart, DPW hours to prep, those are the hours the DPW has to spend, or the projected number of hours, to get the road ready so that the contractor can come in and do the chip sealing.
Yeah, we want to take out any soft spots. We want to do any ditching that needs to be done, any drainage repairs. We want to raise up any low spots that hold water. And we want them to sit, we want that fresh asphalt to sit in the sun for at least a month before we chip seal over top. That's the recommendations from the sealing companies.
I wish the DPW could take out my soft spots.
We try. We try.
It's beyond repair.
Eventually, we'll get from one end to the other.
Just one thing to add to that, the chip seal process will seal up small cracks on the road,
Yep.
but we're talking about damage that is beyond around a quarter of an inch. Anything larger than that, we should really take a look at to try to repair, and I think that's where the DPW prep hours come into
Yeah,
play.
we want to seal up the center seams, if there's any center seams that are open, any large transverse cracks, anything like that. We want to seal them up, overlay them with asphalt so that the chip seal fills everything in nice and seals it up so we don't get any more water penetration, which is our major problem.
And what are we going to do to try to address complaints in the past that for weeks after the chip seal, people are driving and stones are kicking up and hitting the car, and people are dealing with dust issues and those sorts of issues? What are we doing?
We're going to write the spec. Bill's going to write the spec so the stone is pre-treated with asphalt emulsification, and that way there's no dust, and that will help it adhere. And there's going to be specs in for rolling the chip seal after it's applied to help pack everything in tight.
And we are planning to notice the residents who live on each road in advance of us doing the chip seal. So you won't wake up one morning and your road is being chip sealed. You will know in advance, plus it'll be posted on the website.
Yeah, the big thing is they're going to put a temporary, not all our roads are, under 35 miles an hour, but the big thing is they're going to put signs up 25 miles an hour. When you go fast over it, that's what loosens the chips back up before they actually adhere well. On your road especially.
Talk about that one later.
Yeah, nobody.
That's a county job, though. I mean, county
nobody
hired someone,
nobody adhered to the speed limits.
Correct.
They stayed at 50 miles an hour, and it windrowed all the stone and washboard, and it was not the greatest. Yeah.
And so as far as noticing the residents, ideally what I'd like to do is send correspondence to all the residents that are being impacted, explaining the process and what they can expect. And then once we contract a contractor to actually do the work, they'll be required under their contract to provide an actual notice of the start of construction, usually 48 to 72 hours before work actually starts. And then in addition to posting it on the website.
Right, we'll post it on the website
Right.
as soon as we have a target date. We'll get that up, so it'll be probably well earlier than a few days. I didn't realize the speed issue until tonight, but it certainly makes sense. Would it make sense on those roads where we're chip sealing for maybe a couple of weeks after we chip seal to move one of our speed signs there so that people can see if they're going over 25 miles an hour?
We only have one we can move. The trailer we can move around, sure. Yeah, that's not a problem. But it's going to be written in the specs also to sign the road. Loose gravel, 25 miles an hour. That's all going to be written in the specs, and the contractor will sign the road appropriately.
Because I know we've heard repeatedly from people that when they're driving and they see one of those and it shows them going over the speed limit, it kind of gets their attention, and I think those do have an impact. I think it would be useful to put them. If we only have one, are those rentable? Could we rent one for a few weeks if we needed to?
I can look into it.
Okay.
Maybe borrow or something.
Or we also have $8,000 in the budget for other traffic issues. Maybe we ought to buy another one. We'll have to think about that.
We looked at one time. We looked at smaller ones that mount to street signs or telephone poles. Very portable.
That would
solar
be.
powered.
That might be.
It's not even a trailer. We literally go out to a street sign and bolt it to that sign with a little solar panel.
That might be useful.
Yeah.
I think they work, and if the quality of the chip seal product when the dust settles is better if people adhere to the speed limit for the 25 mile an hour speed limit for a few weeks, then it might be worth doing that.
And just a cautionary tale. I think, Jason, you suggested the vendor that the county hired for 514 wasn't a good one. So I would suggest strongly to stay away from that vendor as well, since I live on that road. It cost me 2 windshields, so I'm out of pocket $800. There's still loose gravel. They did it very late in the season. They rolled it, didn't do a very good job. It's very coarse material. The sound of the cars going down the road is now very audible and very different than it was previously, so not a very good product. And I appreciate the fact you guys are going to look for something where there's a pre-treatment to it, you're going to roll it, so hopefully there's a lot less loose debris. That road is a mess, and it's still messy. It was done in October.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of loose gravel along the shoulder, my driveway, and it's unfortunate. It's really a wasted effort.
It's a contract that the county puts out annually.
Yeah.
And it's convenient for some municipalities, but the downside is that the towns lose control of their ability to craft the spec that's specific to their needs. And you lose oversight control.
Yeah, I'd rather pay a little more and get the quality product.
For the benefit of the residents, absolutely. It's money in the bank.
I recall during our November meeting, folks were complimenting who Hopewell used.
Yes.
So hopefully we know who that vendor is, and
Yes.
we could add them to the list.
Yeah, the idea would be we put together a bid package and we put the project out for a public bid.
Right.
And open it up to all qualified contractors and garner a little more interest. And we've had good success doing that in other municipalities.
What's the timing on that step? So assuming we approve this evening, what's the timing on you going out to bid?
So we would have to put a bid spec together, let's just say 2 weeks. If we got approval to move forward tonight, we'd put something together in about 2 weeks. We would have to publicly notice it or advertise it in the Hunterdon County Democrat, the local paper, for a minimum of 10 days. We usually like to give the contractors about a month so they can develop their bid. We would schedule the bid opening here at the municipal building, review the bids if everything is in order, award it at a meeting like this, award a contract to the contractor, and then it's usually a month period to get the contracts in place and get the contractor geared up. So say we bid the project April into May, open bids. I think we're ready to award a contract June, July timeframe for a summer chip seal. I mean, that would be reasonable.
But I also need the time to prep the roads.
Correct.
Yeah.
You know, if Mother Nature is like she was last year, where it rained 100 and some days, it's going to be a tough process. But if we have great weather, I mean, the asphalt plant is scheduled to open April, and we're going to start. We're going to start on these roads and get them ready.
Ideally, we would want to have the work done by around mid-September, late September.
Yeah.
The cooler it gets, the stone doesn't adhere to the oil as well, and that's when you have a lot more loose stone. So if we can do it when it's warmer out, that's the
We're kind
ideal
of in line
situation.
with everyone else, though, right? Everybody'd love to do it then.
Oh, sure.
So we
Sure.
just have to time it.
But the sooner we can get that bid out and a contract awarded, then we get to the front of the contractor's, to-do list. If we wait until August to put it out to bid, you're right, then we're at their mercy. Then we're looking at October and it gets a little iffy.
So Jason, are you good with your labor crew in terms of being able to handle this plan?
As long as the weather, that's the big thing. If it rains 2 days a week, that's going to be tough. But if the weather cooperates, yeah, I'm ready to start on it now. The asphalt plant, I called them yesterday. They're scheduled to open April 1st, they hope, the first week of April, and I'm ready to go.
Well, you can't start until we get the parking spaces.
Well, I plan on doing that Monday. If it doesn't rain too hard tomorrow. I want to get that stuff out of the way. We're doing the stone roads now, getting that out of the way. I'm trying to get a bunch of stuff we can do now out of the way. So
Perfect.
as soon as the asphalt plant opens, we can start this. And then the goal is when we get this done and we're in the clear, start working on the other ones later in the year, so maybe we can be ahead,
Are there any?
Jason, there's no additional out-of-pocket that's not been budgeted already. So there's a chip seal. I get it. There's the overhead for the hours, then asphalt and other things. That's already been factored in the budget. There's nothing outside of the budget
we
need to
have
be worried about for
we
the
have
truck,
a
right?
capital ordinance left over that I have money in, so I can start as soon as the plant opens up. And then there's also money in this capital budget for this year that I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine that way.
And I'm just going to make one last comment. I've actually made it in November, so don't bother reviewing the video for that piece. But I think, Bill, we talked about it as well. What I would love to see long-term is I would like a real chronicle. So this is really interesting, right? But remember we talked about this numeric rating system where there's certain attributes of the road and you put a weighted factor on it so we can basically deduce an overall number and basically build a priority queue on it. And I totally trust your opinion right now, but I would love to see a history of the roads that look that way, where we actually have the numerical rating. As Bill, I think we discussed, the state
Right.
provides that guidance. I know it's extra work for you, Jason, but I think it would be very valuable to start having a history on these roads.
I also,
Pictures,
yeah.
commentary on all of those things, prioritization, so we're going after the worst violators first and foremost, and then we can monitor that as a function of time, and we can hand it off to the next group and the next group, because right now it's piecemeal. We think we did the road a few years back, and we really don't have a very good, history that we can put our hands on. And I think to have that would be invaluable long-term. Again, I know there's a little bit of work that goes into it, but I would love to see that from you guys eventually.
I actually started that
Awesome.
the other
That's
day.
great.
I made spreadsheets for every road, and I'm going to sit with Terry and go through some of the older contracts to
Good.
kind of fill in
I'd love the
the
history to go
actual,
into it, yeah.
like the month and the year, not
Yeah.
down to the day.
Yeah.
Of all the work that's been done since at least I've been here, and we'll see how far back we can go
Correct.
and kind of fill some of those gaps in, because I know I was here when Dutch Lane was paved, but I can't remember what year. I just think, well, it was before my son was born, so it's before this year. So we're going to look back to those contracts
Yeah.
and kind of fill that in.
Systematic approach, and it's just a living document that just chronicles the roads over time, I think would be really helpful.
Yeah, I figure for any major repair, drainage work,
Correct.
stuff like that, I'm going to put on these
Perfect.
in these
That's
Excel
what I like,
spreadsheet and just kind of keep that. So when
Great.
somebody asks, or when Bill said, "Hey, when did you overlay that?" I can just go
Pull
back
it right out, and there it is.
and look.
Yeah. I don't even care if you even have some pictures and other things to go along with written commentary. Anything you can throw in there, I think will be beneficial.
Yeah, no,
I
I remember we
appreciate the
talked
extra
about
effort that goes into it, but I think it'd be good for everybody long term.
One more question for the two of you really is, what is the order of magnitude difference so that the public can understand the investment in the chip seal versus if it's let go too long? What is the basic difference cost-wise from one to the other?
You would be looking, if you're just talking about a straight pavement overlay, which a road is still in decent shape, maybe it's got some rutting or unevenness, but there's no structural failure, so you're putting, say, 2 inches on top of a road. This process is about 15% of that cost, so it's significantly less. For a chip seal, you might be looking at
About $2 a square
about,
yard.
$2 to $250 a square yard, say $25,000 a mile, give or take. Overlay might be upwards of $100, and right on up, full reconstruction is several $100s per 100,000 per roadway mile.
Okay.
So it's a significant difference.
Yeah.
And if we can invest a little bit of money in the roads now to seal them, prevent water intrusion and premature failure, it's just going to buy that much more life on these roads, so we don't have to invest the heavy dollars in them.
I mean, the way I think about it is the chip seal's $25,000 a mile. If you have to redo the road, you're talking $250,000 a mile. So
Yeah.
it's
They're
worth
10
it.
times over.
Yeah, it's the chip seal is the best alternative before the roads get to the point where they're at the $250,000 a mile. Those roads are only getting done through grants, and there are only certain roads in East Town where realistically we could get grants. Do we have any more questions up here at the?
Yeah, I have a quick kind of question for the public knowledge.
Figure out $250 for reclamation.
Just to-
No, you go ahead.
Just to follow up on the question. So the chip seal, we're talking about $25,000 per mile of road. Earlier tonight, you folks awarded a contract to completely reconstruct Ridge Road. That's, you said 2 miles of road?
Yeah, 2.01.
And that contract was just less than $500,000. So right there,
That's $250,000 a mile.
$250,000 for a mile of road for a full reconstruction.
Right, we
compared
could
to
chip seal that 2
$25,000
miles
to
for
seal
50
us off.
to replace it.
So
It's
that's-
$500,000.
Yeah, and to
That's right there.
overlay it, you might be, 200,000,
Yeah, well,
give or take.
sorry to
Okay.
interrupt.
No, it's all. Glad you guys clarified that. Speaking of clarification, just for the public benefit, could you guys just speak briefly to how you would prioritize one road over another? Because you get a lot of residents who are like, oh, Snydertown's not as bad as my road. Like, why is that being prioritized? Just so they understand the process that goes into this.
So we spent a fair amount of time, the latter part of last year, really, I guess the summertime into the fall, doing road tours and really getting on the ground and looking at the condition of the roads. And Rutgers has sort of a recommendation or a criteria where they say on a newly paved road, they would recommend anywhere in that 8 to 12 year range after a road's been paved, sometimes sooner depending on how quickly it deteriorates, that you would apply the chip seal layer. So we tried to take a look at the town as a whole. Some roads, to be honest with you, have deteriorated to the point where chip seal wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And that's where, the DPW prep time comes into play,
Yeah.
where most of the road is okay, but there's some select failures that Jason and the guys are going to have to take care of. So it is subjective. We tried to balance, roads that haven't been touched, in more than 10 years, that were still good candidates for the chip seal, versus roads like, on this list, Zion is on this list, and that was only done maybe, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
But Zion is already showing signs of cracking, that this would be a perfect process to seal that road and preserve the investment that the town made. So it's not a clear-cut answer as to how we went about doing it. We tried to strategically look at roads that, kind of spread around the town, but also some that were grouped close together, because it would give us
it's easier to...
a cheaper process, hopefully with the contractor not having to move all around town. But
so it's
there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Yeah.
I don't know if does that
That's the
kind of answer
intent of having a systematic approach where you look at all the roads, you do an annual inspection, you use that criteria to ultimately get a numerical rating for prioritization moving forward.
Yeah.
And we don't have it right now, but I mean, that's where we would like to be in the future, right?
And we also tried to balance out the roads with the amount of prep time that was required, because with their prep time, of course, they can make a lot of roads passable, but it's going to take them the entire summer on 1 or 2 roads, and then they don't even. So
And on this list, if you look, Snydertown and Woodsville, they were overlaid in 2007. So you have a significant investment in those roads, and they're starting to crack. So we want to save those now.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Do we have any more questions up at the dais?
That's good.
Okay, could I ask for a motion to open to the public?
So moved.
All second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, if anyone would like to ask any questions or make any comments about what we've discussed in this session,
I have to congratulate the committee for bringing back, first of all, for opening up Crossing. The second thing, for bringing back the library into the center of town. And I know the mayor, and I'm sure some of the other committees have been very instrumental in that. But that's a flashpoint, if I've ever seen one, with traffic where everybody in this township is open to that. And I've been watching it now, waiting for the next accident to happen. Because it is so, they have 2 blind spots going in and going out of that area. There are 4 businesses in that little strip. And there's a speed sign a quarter of a mile as you come down 31. How about one before the fire department? It doesn't have to be expensive. It could be a simple sign saying, beware, fire department ahead, or roads intersection. This is a problem. Everybody is getting hot underneath the collar by going to the post office. It's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare. And when it snows, it's a challenge.
I'm glad you raised that, actually. I'm very glad. Let me share what's going on. In 2003, the state came to the township committee and asked for approval to install bike lanes on 179 and 31. The township committee gave that approval. Best I could tell from having spoken to someone who was on the township committee at the time, the township committee didn't realize that if those bike lanes were ever installed, you just wiped out all the parking. So what has happened is the bike lanes were installed recently, and the no standing signs went up. No standing is the most serious sign they can put up because, or is it no stopping? It's the most serious because you can't even stop in there to drop somebody off. You can be ticketed. So basically the parking, the on-street parking was wiped out. Now, that has good and bad. The good is people were parking in the sight triangle, and so getting in and out of the post office was very dangerous because if a van, for example, parked in the sight triangle, you couldn't see what was coming when you were pulling out of the post office. So in a way, having the no stopping signs in the sight triangle, that's good. Bad is it just wiped out all the rest of the parking, and there's not enough parking in that post office building to accommodate the traffic that goes in and out. A big part of that is because the employees at those businesses park in there and take up a vast number of the parking spaces. I've had conversations with the landlord. The landlord just closed on what was called the old bank building across the street. He is working with an architect, and his goal is to put parking in that old bank building lot. Presumably then what he would do is tell the tenants, have your employees park across the street in that lot and free up the spaces in the old post office. I can't tell you how many complaints I've received over the last couple months about the parking issue in the post office building. And the landlord is very well aware of that and is trying to remedy it. I told him that the township would do what it can to try to expedite him being able to put in the additional parking. So if there are procedural barriers that can be dealt with on a discretionary basis, we would do what we can to accommodate. In terms of the speeding, it's a state road, so we don't have the unilateral ability to go in and put signs up, but I have had conversations with a state engineer. His name is Troy Midget, and he's actually been a reasonably reachable fellow, and I could always talk to him and see if anything can be done about putting additional signage up with the speeding. The state certainly recognized some of the issues around there, but in a way we're a small fish in a big pond, and that's why I'm even amazed that he pays any attention when I call him. But I hear you, and I can talk to him and see if anything can be done, but the parking situation there is a mess, and hopefully the landlord will be able to rectify that in the not-too-distant future.
Well, I'm sure the state people realize that is a definitely dangerous area. You've got two roads coming together, and people, all they have to do is just lose their attention for a second, and the next thing you know, you're gonna have the ambulances coming.
I agree.
You've got an ambulance on 179, you've got a fire department on 31, and you've got gridlock in that area. That's ridiculous.
Look, again, we tend to be a small fish in a big pond. I try to be really nice when I call, and I think that's why he pays some attention. I don't call him screaming. I think if I did, he probably would tune me out. But I hear what you're saying, and I think the first priority is to try to deal with the parking situation over there, because that is a nightmare. People can't park to go to the post office.
They go through the library, and the library is really something that should be sacred. It should be there for that purpose, not as a conduit to get from one side of the building to the other. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's not just that, but we brought back the library with the expectation that the attendance in the new location where it is now would be significantly better than the attendance where it was. And if people can't park, we're not going to have the attendance that we expected. So, and that has a ripple effect. So like I said, we will do whatever we can that's within our power to help the landlord deal with the parking situation. I found it interesting because when I talked to Troy, he goes, oh yeah, we have this problem all the time. Townships approve bike lanes and they don't realize it's wiping out the parking. And I'm thinking to myself, why don't you tell them that? When you come to them and ask them for approval for the bike lanes, why doesn't the letter say, if you approve this, you're wiping out your parking? I don't get it. But in any event, I hear you. And you make a perfectly valid point. We're doing what we can. And we'll see what happens over the next few months.
I've seen that in the county in crazy ways. That we're out of this township. You go into town and they built a Starbucks next to a bank, and you've got to see what goes on there. That's an absolute joke. And there's a lawsuit going on, and God knows how long it's going to take for that until people get hurt there, and they will. They will. There's no question about that in my mind.
Look, if they didn't do something about the site triangle at that post office and it just happened to take care of itself kind of naturally because of the bike trails, it was only a matter of time before there was a bad accident, somebody pulling out of the post office, because that site triangle issue was a big issue, particularly when trucks park there.
My always question is, before these things get approved, don't people look at the flow as to what's going on and where it's coming from and how it's moving? I just don't understand how things are being built, especially in an age where it's supposed to be so intelligent.
Let me tell you something. One thing I learned dealing with the Helistop issue that we're dealing with now in the township, it's amazing how little thought government bodies give to these sorts of things. There's a checklist, and nobody thinks beyond the checklist. And the checklist tends to be very cursory. And these are the messes you wind up with. But I hear you.
Thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
You make very valid points. I hear you. And we're going to do what we can.
Yeah, I need it. Can I have your name and your address, please?
Mine?
Yes.
14 Fox.
And your name?
Singer.
Thank you.
I guess I did too much singing this morning.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Wolfgang.
Joe Wolfgang, 26 Zion Road. I was just shocked to hear you say you want to chip Zion Road. It was exactly 3 years ago, July 2016. I confirmed it on my phone just now. That the entire road was reconstructed. It was, I'm an engineer. I was really fascinated watching the whole process. A machine came in, it destroyed all the asphalt that was there, pulverized it, and then a bed of basically concrete powder was put down, and then they mixed water into that. So they redid the entire road foundation from one end to the other, and then it was hit with new asphalt. And the road was beautiful, absolutely mint. 3 years, less than 3 years ago, July 2016, I drive the road often. I drive it on a bicycle with very narrow, skinny, high-pressure tires. I'm keenly aware of damage to the road surface and what to avoid. And I can tell you there's like one crack by Ross's house going across the road that's maybe 3 feet across and about half an inch or quarter inch back. And just from memory, not having walked the road tonight before I came here, that's the only defect I can think of on Zion Road. Less than 3 years, it's amazing to believe that that road needs to be, I would say, destroyed by putting 2 inches of asphalt chip on it at this time. I would imagine the cracks that are there could be patched for $5,000, $3,000, and the road is great, but it seems you're destroying all that money that was put into it 3 years ago for the sake of some very minor defects. And I don't know if the engineer can respond to that.
Well, look, we can certainly take another look at Zion Road. I mean, none of these roads are written in stone. When we did discuss, these candidates, Zion Road was one that came to light. I mean, what do you think
There's
about
more
the
than one
cracking?
crack in the
I mean,
road.
my understanding
There's-
was there was more.
Yeah, there's more than one crack in the road. There's actually 2 holes developed. It's not 2 inches of chip seal, it's 3/8 of an inch. We're trying to save that large investment the township made. What's unique when you guys aren't out in the snow, but I get to go out and play in the snow, and when it just starts to snow, the snow will stick where there's the cracks. And that road is cracked all the way through. And we just want to seal that up now before it gets any worse. We already have 2 holes in the road that we're gonna have to saw out and patch. Luckily, it hasn't broke that concrete subgrade, just the 2 inches of asphalt on top. We're gonna cut those out and replace that with asphalt and then seal it up. That's just to save the investment of the town.
Any other, I thought I saw another hand. Richie?
Rich Spiegel, Mountain Road. So I have to ask Jason some questions here. You mentioned when the mayor asked you about your prep procedure. So what you're saying is the prep is just to stabilize the ditches alongside the asphalt?
No.
Is that what I heard?
No.
I don't think your mic's on, really.
We're taking out any soft spots. We're gonna level any spots that hold water, where the water would lay on the road. Any ditching we wanna do, because we don't want to put the heavy equipment on the road after it's chip sealed. So we wanna do
on leveling?
with blacktop.
So you're gonna patch to,
We're gonna dig out any soft spots, replace the subgrade, put new asphalt in, 2 lifts, and then any low spots that hold water, we're gonna re-level before they are chip
well, that's what
sealed.
I'm saying, how you're gonna re-level it. You're saying you're gonna put blacktop, you're gonna patch it to re-level it?
Yes,
You're gonna pour an epoxy to re-level
No,
it?
we're gonna patch it with asphalt.
Patch it with asphalt?
Yeah.
So we got the expensive patching with asphalt, okay. And what about, you mentioned about the ditches, stabilizing the ditches?
Not stabilizing. If any ditches need to be cleaned out or any drainage repairs need to be made, we want to do that before we seal it, because obviously we don't want to cut it back open.
You see, one thing we've never done in East Amwell, and I have Miss Bonnet behind me here, so maybe she'll remember, is when stormwater came in, I believe it was September of 2006, am I correct? Correct me, don't be afraid to correct me.
2000.
September 2006 or 2004? No, it wasn't approved till then. It was approved in 2006 because I still have the copy from the state of New Jersey that came to this building, okay, with storm water mandates in it. Okay? He's right, it came up in 2003 but didn't get approved till 2000. I believe it was September of 6. Okay? And in that, and that's why you see the county has been following the protocol, all right? The ditches are supposed to be loaded with riprap. There's supposed to be material put in the ditches and then riprap. If you look at the first road that was done after that, Manners Road by the county, you will see that the sides were filled with riprap, the cloth first and the riprap. And that stabilizes the asphalt so it doesn't break off at the ends. That's why they did that.
But they did that on the hills to prevent erosion as well.
Well, what I'm saying to you is, if we did what the stormwater management mandate is, a lot of our roads wouldn't deteriorate off the ends of the road.
Yeah,
like
right,
they're supposed to.
because an ideal
I
road.
mean, we had a load of
curves.
riprap behind that building for 15 years. That never was used. I don't even know what happened to it. What'd you do with it?
Well, we've been using it. We did a lot on Lindbergh Road up where the ditches are real wide on the other side of Zion. We've been using it throughout the town. We've had washouts with these heavy rainstorms we've had, trying to get stuff, so it'll hold in place. We actually got a load of larger stuff than what was there to use.
And the other thing, when you're talking asphalt and our engineer here, I think, because I couldn't hear too good with that one, mentioned that, and I think it was Committeeman Miller asked about the cost and the time on asphalt and paving the roads. Wasn't that your comment? It's hard to judge that because pavement is based on the oil index. Am I correct, engineer?
Yeah.
Okay, that's important for, I think, our elected officials to know. It's based on the oil index. So if your oil goes up, your asphalt's going to go up. So it's hard for anybody to make that estimate on when it's going to be low or when it's going to be high. For instance, if we'd have done it back when oil was $100 a barrel, you'd have paid a lot more for blacktop, a lot more. And now for some reason, I don't know why, but the gas is going up 50 cents in the last month. A month ago, I was buying gas for $2.10 a gallon. Now I'm buying it for $2.50. I got oil at my house, and all of a sudden I see oil's going up. So if any time we decide to do pavement or use any oil product, I think we ought to pay attention and do it when the oil's down. If you want to save taxpayers' money, because it is based on the oil index. Okay. And the other thing is, who's going to be writing our contract, preparing the bids?
The engineer.
Okay. Who's going to? When you prepare the bids, I'm sure you're using the form bid and then filling in the blank pages to fit the town, or are you going to write the whole bid page to page? The contract.
We have a standard template.
That's what I'm saying, a
for
standard,
this type
yeah.
of work.
Correct.
Correct, but we will write specific clauses into that spec,
That's
into
what I
the
mean.
contract.
For
that's tailored
instance,
fit for this
okay.
type of, yeah.
So for instance, in the contract, you're going to put a clause to the period of time when the contractor has to come back and sweep up the loose gravel.
Correct.
You're going to do that.
Yes, yes.
So, okay, pick up the loose. The other thing is, are we going to ask for a bond from the contractor?
Yeah.
Right? Because I've seen something, and I'll discuss it another time, that something happened a month ago here in town, that we paid over $2,000 for a year warranty on work. I've never read or seen a contract, but I won't bring it up. That's another time. So I want to make sure that we're not going to put anything in this bid that says we're going to pay the contractor. No, for a year. In other words, you buy a warranty on a refrigerator or TV and something like that, but you don't buy a warranty on a contractor or labor work, okay? And I did pick up
More
on
often than not,
do
the
that
contractor.
in another situation, yeah.
The contractor on these public work type projects will have to guarantee their work.
I'm saying, so you're, that's always there, so. The recycling material asphalt, did they ever up that? It was 10% by, I think, federal law that you're allowed to use in the asphalt for recycling material. They can't use more than that. They were talking about 15%. Did they go to 15%?
I don't know if they did.
But it's still 10 then, you think?
As far as I know it is.
It is still
I don't
10.
know.
Again, see, there's the other thing. I know they're talking about 15, and if that was the case again, your pavement would come down. And I think that's something we ought to keep our eyes open. If we want to do some paving on roads, we should jump on it as soon as we can when those kind of things happen, you know. All right, thanks for your comment.
Any other questions?
Move we close?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Jason, Bill, thank you.
Oh,
You're
we have
welcome.
to take- let's,
Oh, that's right, we have to adopt, or, well, I guess we're gonna adopt a resolution approving, for now, the 5 roads, I assume, and then we'll make a decision in due course on Zion?
Yeah, well, the intention is to add Zion if the bids come in low enough
Well,
to incorporate that.
we talked on the phone and we weren't sure about numbers, so I spoke with the CFO after that. There's 150 there, but she really doesn't want us to spend the whole amount. She'd like it to be closer to 125.
Well,
So that's what I did. And I gave you the option of Zion.
This
and
would get us to
she's okay
133
with that. I gave her this memo as well. I said, Margaret, here's where we're at. You said 125, so that's what I kind of put the 2 years at. But I would like to slide Zion in there, and that would be 133, depending on what the bids come back at.
But we could put the bid together such that each road
It's-
is delineated, right? So if it.
well, I thought we were trying to get a discount for volume, so
Hold on.
if you knock a road out, you're gonna,
Well, no, not necessarily.
Tim, if you're getting a discount for volume and then you cut back the volume, you're not gonna get the same discount.
Not always,
Okay,
not always.
okay.
The way that the bid would be crafted is, it would be unit price based, but there would be 2 bid items. It would be an oil item in gallons, and then a stone item in tons. And we apply the oil at a certain ratio, and then we put a certain ratio of stone down. So We will call out the specific roads, but we also have a clause that the township has the right to add or remove roads at their discretion. So if you're looking for a recommendation, I would say let's include Zion, the quantity for Zion. Let's see what those unit price bid numbers come back at, see how they fit with what we have budgeted, and then we can evaluate how many of those roads we actually move forward with.
But we do think we're going to do better packaging these than if we had just gone out road by road.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Look, I'm okay saying that as long as we can keep this at 134 or lower, we'll do Zion. If it goes over 134, then I think we have to come back to the committee and decide whether we want to go over. And we'll look at where we are in the budget at that time.
Right.
So then I guess I would ask for a motion to approve the 6 roads, the 5 that are listed under 2019 plus Zion.
I'll move that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. You got it. You got
Thank
a
you.
summer's worth of work.
Yeah, now I just need some good weather.
Okay.
Seems like today.
And I know you guys put a lot of effort into this, and we greatly appreciate it. It was really Jason that's been pushing to get these roads taken care of, really for the last few years. And so I appreciate the effort. Very much appreciate the effort. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Okay, now, I'm not sure how many interviews we have. I think we have 3 scheduled. I don't know if all 3 are here, but why don't we start? Is Nora here? Come on up, Nora. You are applying for the Environmental Commission?
Yes.
Okay, would you state your name and address for?
Sure. It is Nora, Nora DiChiara, DiChiara, and my address is 118 Amwell Road. Thanks.
How are you?
Good. I'm great.
Why the Environmental Commission?
I just moved here 3 months ago after kind of looking for a house for a very long time. And I stalked this town over and over again and decided this was the place to live. I currently work at Duke Farms as a director of programs and strategic planning. And I feel like I could bring a lot of the skills that I use at work to the Environmental Commission. And I was speaking with Patsy Wang Iverson, who is one of my volunteers. And when she found out I moved to town, she said, you should really apply to the Environmental Commission. And I looked into it more, and thank you, Patsy. Looked into it more and read the agendas and read the kind of things that you work on. And I think that I could be a good asset to the commission.
What in particular on the Environmental Commission would you like to work on?
I would like to work on anything that has to do with kind of new initiatives that you work on. I'd like to work on the recycling program that you have. I found it interesting, the, I want to say Trex program.
Yep.
I found that pretty interesting. Never heard that before, so. Working with there were some inventories that needed to get done that weren't done recently that I was interested in. Can't remember exactly what they were because I just did a data download on everything, but.
I think they were referring to our environmental resource
Probably,
inventory.
yes.
Or maybe our easement inventory?
And the easement inventory,
Yeah.
yeah, so.
And do you have time to devote to
Yes,
working?
that's probably the biggest reason why I'm doing this now, because I do have additional time. I have 3 boys, and they're older now, so I'm finding myself with a little bit of extra time. And I have a pretty solid staff at work that supports me, so I don't have to work as long hours as I used to.
What do you do at Duke Farms? I've driven past it. What goes on behind those?
A lot goes on behind those walls. So we are open 6 days a week to the public for free. The property itself is 4 1/4 square miles.
Wow.
So we have to deal with a lot of things that you guys have to deal with. In fact, I was listening to the paving issue, paving versus chipping issue, thinking, I know exactly how much it costs. We have probably over 100 structures, varying in condition. What I do there is I manage over 350 public programs every year. I manage the volunteer program that we have. I do all the communications and marketing, and then I work with collaborations with the state and with the feds, with easements, things like that. So,
Do you work on grants?
actually, I've done a couple grants, and I love doing them. We don't have to do many of them because we get 100% of our funding from the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation.
Well-funded.
Yes. Yes, but I do like doing them. In fact, I've tried to kind of tell them, like, can we do grants so I can get a little bit of extra money? And every once in a while, they throw a bone to me and let me do it for like a trail grant or something like that.
Because my impression is there are grants out there that we're missing out on, in part because we don't know about them, or in part because we haven't had the manpower to actually get the grants done, because some of them can take
It's a lot
100,
of work.
200, 300 hours
Oh,
of work.
absolutely.
I was talking to someone from West Amwell, and she said she spent over 400 hours getting a grant.
Mm-hmm.
It can be a lot of work.
That's another reason why we chose not to do a lot of them. The ones that we do are pretty simple grants. We've gotten some trail grants through the state. It's very difficult. You have to do them the right way. You have to get the right data. You have to submit them in the right way at the right time. You have to be very detail oriented about it. And if you're not, you just get thrown to the bottom of the pile. So I understand completely.
You had mentioned you were stalking East Amwell.
Yes.
I can relate to that. Why were you stalking East Amwell?
Because I wanted to know where I was going to be living. I have lived in various places throughout Hunter County. Each one has its own personality. I think I've lived in Kingwood, I've lived in Franklin, moved to Hillsborough for a short period of time, and then now I'm back. So I knew that whatever house I was going to move into, it was going to be long term. I want to be here for a long time. So I had to stalk you guys to make sure that it was the town that I was going to feel comfortable in.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'm monopolizing the question.
I just have
Fire
one
away.
question.
No,
I think you've
go.
done a great job. Can you just describe maybe a little bit of your history with volunteerism, some other organizations you might be affiliated with, other things like this you might have done in your past?
So probably the most similar thing, but not really similar, would be I was on, or continue to be on the Somerset County Tourism Board. So we meet several times a year, and we basically put the direction of tourism, decide the direction of tourism in Somerset County. We work with other organizations. We collaborate on tourism campaigns. We do collaborate on grants with them.
Okay.
So even though I don't do the grants myself, and we don't apply as Duke Farms because we know that we're going to get rejected because they're going to look at us and say, you've got all the money, why do you need this? We're a co-collaborator on a lot of grants. So
How big is that group?
the board itself is about 6 people, and then the council is probably more about like 20 to 25.
That's good size.
Yeah, it's been a great experience. I've been doing it for about 5 years now.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
So recently, we created a green team.
Mm-hmm.
Just curious if you're aware of that?
Yes.
Did you look at the ordinance? It seems like a broader palette for you, knowing the breadth of programs that you manage.
Right.
You know, maybe the green team might be something you might also be interested in.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested in that. I've functioned at Duke Farms because I've been there for 14 years, and we went from a private estate all the way up to what we are right now, is just like walking the walk, talking the talk, and really owning up to everything, and everything's green. We weren't always that way, and in the beginning we had to form a green team like that to kind of get everybody to do their own thing and to kind of start seeding ourselves into different departments and really kind of working with that. So yeah, I'd be interested in something like that.
So was it actually called a green team? Was it
It was
part
called
of?
the Green Team. We weren't that creative. It's like, how many things can you come up with green? You know,
Well, we
it's
use
like-
green team because you can qualify for grants from Sustainable Jersey.
Right.
The Philadelphia
Exactly.
Eagles came up with a green team about 50 years ago.
Oh, right.
And he's an Eagles fan, so he'll
Yeah.
just throw that in.
And in my experience, a lot of people in the green, in sustainability and conservation, don't really always come up with the best and jazziest names for teams. But that's okay.
Are there any more eagles in the Eagle Cam?
We have two eggs.
Oh, good.
We may have one additional nest, but we're not sure, so we're checking that out.
You're going to put a camera on it if it is?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we're going to put another camera up. So, oh, and with the check, code. It's totally not related to this, but since you watched the EcoCam, the two chicks, when we ban them this year, we're going to be putting GPS transponders on them, so we'll be able to watch them as they travel around. So that's exciting.
Chris?
No, I'm good. She sounds more than qualified and ready to go.
Pam?
Sounds great.
Thank you. We will get back to you soon.
Thank you. Take
Thank
care.
you very
Thanks
much.
for coming in.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to Mike Mills. Is Mike here? Come on up, Mike. You have applied for the Ag Advisory Committee.
Yes, how's everyone doing tonight?
And I was actually happy to see this because we've had difficulties in the past fully staffing that committee, and I think it's an important committee, and it has potentially some important projects ahead of it. So why the Ag Advisory Committee?
Well, first of all, I'm highly interested in agriculture. I left a career in software engineering, 15-year career for agriculture about 5 years ago. And since then, I've worked on numerous farms, raising things from livestock, belted Galloway cattle, large black pigs, different varieties or species of ducks and chickens. I've grown numerous crops in different capacities and at different areas and in different counties throughout the state. I came to this town in February, or March, I guess I moved in, and I was blessed with 16 acres of a beautiful farm in a beautiful town. And I think it's a really good opportunity to bring different types of agriculture into an area that is supposedly very conducive to this. I'm in the Amwell Valley Agricultural District. It's 270 Wirtsville Road. It's a really nice area to do some great things. So I'm really looking forward to helping other people by example. So I want to produce some things that other people can look at and maybe bring to their properties on a smaller scale or larger scale, bring some new innovative things in agriculture. So.
Organic farming?
Not certified organic, but totally sustainable practices. I'm highly interested in permaculture, sustainable methods, no-till, and basically being a steward of the land, working with the land as best you can in a long-term capacity, planting varieties of crops that work together in things called guilds and polycultures, where one-time plantings that can last for years and years and years and build up the worth of properties with minimal inputs over time. So really increasing the value of these properties, really increasing the value of the ecological diversity of the properties, and building a longer sustainable agriculture.
That's interesting. I get Lancaster Farming, and every week there's at least one article and quite often multiple on the no-till. Mm-hmm. It's really interesting watching that debate play out. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much of that is really done in East Amwell. I still see a lot of the fields tilled every year. I don't know that in Lancaster County there seems to be a lot of Ohio, a lot of it. Here, they still seem to do a lot of tilling.
Yeah. So in a no-till, the first thing you do is you till, which is funny. So yeah, there's the initial tilling, and there's long-term building of that soil. Yeah, I see a lot of hay and a lot of the cash crops around here, a lot of feed for the horses and the other animals, which is obviously necessary. I like the idea of small-scale market gardening, where you're using a small piece of acreage, really producing high value, high turnover. On 1 acre, you can produce enough to feed, 20, 30 families, and then also provide to markets. On that same acre, you can overturn the same spot 5 times. So now what you're doing originally on 5 acres, you could do on 1 acre. So these intensive agricultural practices have a lot more, not only less of an impact on the land, but on less impacts. So using less land, doing more on it, producing higher monetary returns, and overall you're impacting less property. So some of these people with the smaller properties can now be involved in agriculture, and I think if they learn some of these things, they would be involved in immediately.
Have you thought about doing the co-op?
I'm not aware of the co-op, but you mean like in terms of having a co-op?
Where you sell membership interests effectively, and people can come to your farm and they can either pick their own or.
We've definitely discussed this. We're not sure how that fits in with our neighbors. We're in a spot in East Amwell where we're surrounded by a lot of neighbors, so we've had a lot of challenges with that. I love the idea. I would fully embrace community agriculture and the CSA and the pick your own, but I don't think our property is really conducive to that, unfortunately.
Well, one of the initiatives that I'd like to see get some legs on the Ag Advisory Committee is trying to put together some organized program to assist the farmers in East Amwell to be able to continue to farm and to attract young people into farming. Because with one exception, which is the young couple that farms my farm, I have a 94-acre farm. I mean, I play around on a tractor, but I'm not a farmer. I have a young couple that really does most of the work. The farmers I know are all up there in years. And it would be nice to be able to get farming in East Amwell to the point where young people have an interest and can actually make a living doing it. And you're absolutely right. Some of the things that you mentioned, those are the keys to keeping farming going in East Amwell. It has to be a lot more efficient. You have to take advantage of the fact that you are very, very close to 2 major metropolitan areas, and the restaurants there and the people there are, they're dying to get locally grown organic food. It's interesting because one of my wife's friends is growing lavender, and lavender has a soothing effect on jumpers, on the horses. So she invented this little thing that wraps around and you put lavender. She can't grow enough lavender now. She's selling that like crazy. I said to her, maybe we'll work out something with my farm and we take part of my fields and grow lavender. But there are ways to make money, and it would be nice if we took our resources here, everybody put their heads together and started to try to help each other and see what we can do to promote the farming. I'm absolutely thrilled that you want to be on the Ag Advisory Committee. You sound like you are perfect.
I just have a comment, which is you might want to talk to our school, our local East Amwell school. They have a pretty thriving budding gardening program.
Farm to school type thing, or school
they
garden?
have gardens there that
That's
the kids tend and grow. And with your kind of insights, you could help them learn a lot about agriculture pretty quickly.
And we have 2 members of the PTO sitting here in the audience.
I'd be happy to speak with them.
Both of whom are looking at.
That's ultimately we plan to bring community engagement and some sort of education. I've gone through a few different design certifications for farming, permaculture design certification, and the man that ran that process was at Duke Farms, but he was from the permaculture project. He'd be willing to come out and offer those sort of courses on the farm, and I think that's very has a great potential, for sure.
And the other thing is, as part of an initiative to try to enhance the farming in East Amwell, is there anything that the township can do to help the farmers, whether it's ordinances that are overly restrictive for farming or other things that we can do. I mean, you've sat here tonight. We don't have a large budget. We can't throw a lot of money at it. That's not to say we can't throw any, but to come up, if there are things that the township can do to help, to see that farming continues here in East Amwell.
Sure.
But I wasn't sure what to expect because we haven't interviewed anybody for the Ag Advisory Committee in a long time. I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm
Yeah,
really
I went
glad
to the
that you
meeting last week.
I think I saw
So
that
it
in
was,
Candace's.
or not last week, sorry, last month.
Yeah.
So it was, yeah, it's reassuring that it's still going to be going on, and I'd be happy to be part of it for sure.
And do you know John Pairings? He's on the committee.
I don't think he was
Sweet
there.
Valley.
I don't think he was there.
He might have been there.
Yeah.
That's a great family.
Great.
That's a great family. They have the farm across the street from mine. They own Sweet Valley.
Sweet Valley.
They're a great family. Anybody else have any?
No. Great background, really welcome to the community.
Great, thank you.
I really
Thank you
appreciate
for
your
coming.
enthusiasm and wanting to volunteer.
I think this is
I
great.
think it's fantastic. Rick said this is the first one we've had for this committee, so very exciting.
And someone with your background, this is
Yeah.
great. This is really
A
great.
nice addition to the team.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for
Can I
coming
just
in.
have your address, please?
Sure, 270 Wardsville.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have one more. We have Douglas Schleifer.
Mayor, committee members.
Good evening.
So you are for the Environmental Commission,
Yes.
and it appears that you were at one, well, not it appears, you were at one time on the Environmental Commission.
Yeah, from 2014 through 2016, I was chair in 2015 and 2016.
And what brings you back?
Well, at that time, my father was gravely ill, and supporting him and my mother through a tough time was took my focus off the Environmental Commission. And as chair, I felt that that was unfair to the commission, and I felt that it was best if I stepped down at that time. And time passes, and I'm ready to rejoin. I'd like to.
What brought you to the Environmental Commission to begin with? What do you find interesting, attractive about it?
Well, my background is in environmental conservation. I worked for 11 years for the Upper Raritan Watershed Association. They combined with the South Branch Watershed Association, and they are now the Raritan Headwaters Association, which you may have heard of. I am a GIS specialist, Geographic Information System specialist, and I ran a users group for nonprofits and environmental commissions for a long time. So coordinating a lot of that activity and applying that knowledge and the technology to the environmental field is something I'm very passionate about. And since then, well, I've also been on 2 other environmental commissions. I was on the Princeton Environmental Commission for 8 years, and then the Franklin Township Environmental Commission for 2.5 years. And then when I came here, I thought, great opportunity for me to join a municipality where that seems like it's so important to the community, and I wanted to participate in that.
I don't want to monopolize. Does anybody else have questions they'd like to ask?
No, I remember Doug from last time that he came in front of the committee. So. No new questions. Happy to see you back.
I appreciate that. Just how long have you been a resident, Doug?
Since 2013.
Since 13?
Yeah.
And you, since you were already on the commission before, I mean, are there any like specific initiatives you have in mind? Because you chaired it for a couple of years. What do we?
Yeah.
Anything you might think that's lacking, or you want to really?
Right. So there were when I came off of the commission, there were 2 initiatives that I was really trying to get going. One of them was easements monitoring, and come up with a process to do that. And I got about halfway. I still have all that material, so I can start back up from where I left off. And also working with folks in the community, some of the local land trusts, DNR Greenway especially, and some of the other folks to put in monarch butterfly stations. Yeah, so DNR Greenway, worked with them. They did some additional plantings on the properties that they manage, and working with Steve Souza, who had, was working in Clawson Park. He was able to funnel some of that funding to putting in a monarch butterfly station at the school, and working with, I can't remember the name of the teacher, who is in charge of the environmental club.
Ernst?
Sorry, what?
Ernst?
Ernst, yes. So but she got pregnant. And so, it's just the wrong time for this. So that kind of got pushed off. So I'd like to, it was just an opportunity to do that again. I'd like to restart that initiative. But I'm also interested in some of the other work that the Environmental Commission was doing, and whatever they're working on now, I'd like to be a part of it.
Are you going to be uncomfortable being on the Environmental Commission with this group as the Township Committee?
No, I wouldn't be here today if I was.
The reason I'm asking, and I'm not looking to make you uncomfortable here, but let me read something. It's a letter to the editor from October 2018. It says, "We have volunteered our time, experience, and expertise to serve East Amwell Township on the Environmental Commission. We strive to respect our neighbors, listen to their priorities, and value their history with our community. Because of our long tradition of collegial and thoughtful service to the township, we are saddened and disturbed by the degradation in tone and circumvention of norms being implemented by the Township Committee. The treatment of the Vice Chair of the Environmental Commission at the September Township Committee was disgraceful. The residents of East Amwell are much better served by a respectful, thoughtful, and inclusive process at the township level. The aggressive bullying and authoritative atmosphere being allowed to dominate our Township Committee is the antithesis of what has made serving East Amwell a worthwhile and regarding experience for us over the decades. We call on the Township Committee to return to conducting civil, tolerant, and respectful meetings, encouraging diverse input on the township policy, and returning to norms and traditions which have made East Amwell a welcoming and inclusive community." That letter was signed by 3 current members and 2 former members of the Environmental Commission, one of the former members being yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That letter seems to me to say that you are deeply disturbed by this Township Committee, and thus I was very surprised when I saw your application.
I'm trying to think back about when that happened. I think some of the during the campaign, during the election campaign, some of the letters that were written, I thought were very disturbing in that respect, yes.
But that's not what this letter says. This letter says the treatment of the Vice Chair of the Environmental Commission at the September Township Committee was disgraceful. It doesn't say anything about letters that were written during the election. I'm not looking to put you on the spot here, but I'm going to get into this, and you're welcome to stay, and I wish you would stay. I'm going to get into this a little later on in the meeting of some issues that the Township Committee is having with the Environmental Commission. You may want to stay and listen to that.
Okay.
I'm also going to get into
truthfully,
this
I don't-
letter in a little more detail.
Okay.
Do any of you have any more questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Your address, please?
101 Rocktown Road.
Okay. This last Thursday, I met with PSE&G. They sent me a letter asking to meet with me. I had a suspicion as to why they wanted to meet, but I wasn't sure. And I had assumed that I was only going to be meeting with one person from PSE&G, the person who sent the letter. In fact, 5 people showed up. They wanted to discuss with me replacing the towers in East Amwell. And by towers, what I'm referring to are those very large, what I'll call telephone poles, those big towers that cut through my end, this end of East Amwell. Those are high-tension power lines, and the towers, and there are 7 of them in East Amwell that are being replaced, were originally put in 1929. They are 90 years old. What's interesting is the fellow who sold me my farm, Fred Reinierson, remembers them being put in. He was 6 years old at the time. It's a 5-year project. Overall, they're replacing a total of 262 towers in New Jersey, only 7 of them in East Amwell. The 7 reside on 3 farms: the Pairings, the Stahl, and Everett. Everett, Sue, not Everett's. I remembered. The program seemed to me to be very well organized. The pole that they plan to put in, or the tower I should say, will look like this. It's a unipole. Compared to what is currently there, which I thought I had a picture of.
Isn't it is that it?
Oh yeah, that's it,
It's the
beside it.
outline. Yeah.
What you see in the blue
So it's
line.
going to be bigger.
It's going to be taller, but it's going to take up less space in the farm field. It's actually going to, and I will have this posted on the webpage. It is, this is the after. The unipole is the after. What's highlighted in blue, the blue dots around it, are what's there now. Now, there are 4 legs. Now there's going to be 1. So it will significantly reduce the footprint. They're installing these in certain instances on easements. In certain instances, they actually own the land. Like on the Pairings farm, they actually own a swath cutting right through the farm. It's not an easement, they own it. They're concerned that these 1929 towers aren't really storm resistant anymore, and they're worried if we have another Sandy or something worse, these towers can come down. They have to be replaced. They are going to work with the farmers to minimize the impact on the farming. There will be some impact because they put down mats and they drive the heavy equipment over the mats so as to not chew up the fields. They will compensate the farmers for lost farm area. They will restore the farms to at least as good a condition as they were before. They take pictures, they restore. It takes about, they expect it to take about a year here in East Amwell. They'll start in 2021, and they expect to finish in 2022. It'll take about a year to do the 7. They've already had they've sent letters to the 3 farmers. Only 1 has responded to date. I'm going to actually reach out to the other 2 myself. They're going to use the old cement facility, or at least that's what they hope to do, is to use the old cement facility on Everett Road when you come off 202 as the staging area where they bring in all the parts. They plan on doing this in a way that minimizes the impact on local roads. It seemed like a very, very well organized project. I mean, they came in, they gave me these very large pictures showing where in East Amwell, although because I live near them, I knew. The way I look at it, this is what it is. They have to be replaced. I think it's a good thing in that it'll take up less of a footprint on the farm fields. I think these will look better than what's there now. And obviously, in terms of ensuring continued electric service, this is a good thing. So I will post this picture on our website. Anybody has any questions, feel free to call me or email me. If I don't know the answer, they gave me a hotline that either I can call or I can give you the number and you can talk to them directly, but they set up a hotline to answer questions throughout this process. I had a second meeting last week with the NJ DEP. Where the heck is... Bear with me 1 second. I thought I brought... Oh, here it is. I met with Carrie Kirk-Flug from the NJDEP. She reached out and asked if I would be interested in having a meeting to talk about issues in East Amwell. The Helistop seemed like a very good candidate to discuss with the DEP, and so I did. I explained to her what was going on with the Helistop. She was very concerned, particularly when I explained that it looks like the process is really just a short checklist that they check off, and if it hits the boxes, they approve it. To make a long story short, I sent her a copy of the letter that we provided to the NJDOT in opposition to the Helistop. And she was going to reach out to her contact at NJDOT and see if there was anything that she could do. But she agreed that a Helistop should not be in this environmentally sensitive area. I also pointed out that the NJDEP 2 weeks ago issued a 182-page report proposing to designate a number of streams in New Jersey as environmentally sensitive. I'm saying that in layman's terms, meaning they get special treatment, including a 300-foot setback. And one of those environmentally sensitive streams is the Backbrook, including the part that runs through East Amwell. When I pointed that out and said the Helistop is only going to be a few hundred feet away from that stream, she was not happy about that. She understood the ramifications if there were an accident, whether it's a crash, a fuel leak, if they came and sprayed foam. She got that. So she was very concerned. I don't know what will come of it, but in any event, at least it's before NJDEP. I mean, she did say she doesn't know if she could stop this one, but she said if in fact the approval process is as superficial as I was indicating, perhaps NJDEP needs to interject itself. The process should be more comprehensive. I talked to her about our solar ordinance. She was absolutely thrilled that we put in place the solar ordinance. She said I should write an article that they would put in a publication by the League of Municipalities. I don't know whether I want to do that because I'm not wildly enthusiastic about having our little town popping up on radar screens, but it was nice to see that the NJDEP was very much behind the solar ordinance. I said to her that if other municipalities are interested and would like to see the materials that I relied on or talk about the thought process, I'd be happy to have those conversations. So that's, I think, where we are with NJDEP. We talked about a few other things, our expanding, our recycling, etc. It was a nice hour-and-a-half meeting, and I appreciated that she took the time out of her schedule. We're a small town, and it's nice to know that there are government agencies that care. Now I'd like to talk about the Environmental Commission budget appointments and other matters. If you just bear with me, I'm shuffling a lot of papers here tonight. I want to make sure that I have in front of me. Okay. Let's talk about the budget first. The Environmental Commission requested a budget of $4,580. That was an 87% increase over last year's budget. For the life of me, I don't understand why, knowing what we're trying to do here in East Amwell, the Environmental Commission came and asked for an 87% increase. But we are putting into the budget the same amount for salary and wages this year as they had last year, $1,750. We're putting in the budget $500 for other, which is $2,250. Which is in line generally and perhaps a little bit on the generous side of where the budget has been over the last few years. We are not approving $500 for the Environmental Resource Inventory Project, and I'll discuss that in a little more detail in a few minutes. And I've instructed Margaret that this isn't a soft budget. This is the budget. So if the Environmental Commission runs out of money before the year is out, unless they can come back to this township committee and convince us that they're entitled to more, you're out of money. The commission is out of money. We're not going to have you blowing through the budget like you did last year. So why am I being hard-nosed about this? Well, I'm going to take a few minutes and I'm going to explain that. Since this group basically took control of the Township Committee in January 2017, we've had, I think, great success and great experience with a number of our committees. We combined the Zoning Board of Adjustment with the Planning Board, and we have a Planning Board now that consists of people that are working like dogs. They're working really, really hard. And there are good things that have been done, and there are going to be good things, really good things, I think, done over the next year, because we have a really good group of hardworking people. That's not to say there aren't disagreements. There are. If you listen to the tape from the meeting from last night, you will see that people took different positions on different issues. But we do it in a very respectful way. And in the end, we all stand behind the final decision. Whether that was something we voted for or against, we all stand behind the final decision. Our recycling committee has really shined. We're in the process of expanding the recycling program significantly. Getting into areas where you don't see traditionally recycling. Our Historic Preservation Committee and our Historical Society, and the Historical Society technically isn't a committee of East Amwell, but it's practically. They've done an unbelievable job with the East Amwell Museum. We have to put in 21 more parking spaces because the attendance is just off the charts. They're generating significant revenue. The goal was to get the East Amwell Museum self-funding so we don't have to draw from our open space trust fund to pay for those costs. I figured that would take 4 or 5 years. They may get there this year or next year. It's just unbelievable how well they're doing. Our website committee, we set that up with the expectation of that being running for a few years because we figured it would take a few years to tear down the old website and do a new one. Thanks largely to the efforts of Allison Castellano, Steve, and I always get his pronunciation of his last name wrong. Thank you. And Matt Miller. That project, which we thought would take several years, wound up taking from beginning to end 7-8 months. And now we have a model website and cheaper than our last crappy one. Then we get to the Environmental Commission. And I want to spend a few minutes talking about our experience with the Environmental Commission. Last year, David Wong Iverson asked for $2,000 for an environmental resource study. We said no because he couldn't give us an explanation as to why the township really needed it. He then asked for $500, and for the same reason we said no. He then tried to circumvent the entire budget process by going to someone he knew for years on the planning board and tried to have the $500 run through the planning board budget. That's not the way our committees should be doing business here in East Amwell. I call that dirty pool. Then, last year, during the campaign season, when my colleague Chris was running, our opponents referred to that as perhaps the most significant election in recent history in East Amwell. Well, in the middle of that election, just coincidentally during the middle of the election, that our opponents at the EADA felt was the most significant election, this article that I read earlier showed up in the VIP. Purely coincidental that it's in the middle of the election, purely coincidental in a VIP-controlled publication that prides itself on being neutral. Now, this letter to the editor is very interesting because this letter to the editor wasn't penned by the Environmental Commission. It was penned by Mike Petrus. And it read exactly the way I read it earlier, except it didn't have the sentence, the treatment of the vice chair of the Environmental Commission at the September Township meeting was disgraceful. Otherwise, it was identical to what was published. And it was circulated by Mike Petrus to all the committees, saying, if, after you read the attached, you would like to add your name to the letter, please reply to me at the above address by Sunday evening. So we would have it for the deadline for the VIP. Forward this request to any volunteers on any township committee you feel would also be inclined to do so. Thanks, Mike. So what was this? This was another little slimy political game by the EADA. They couldn't get the other committees to sign on to this. Why? Because the other committees are flourishing under this township committee. They're happy with their lot in life. But they were able to get the Environmental Commission to sign, and they added that sentence. As I said earlier, the Environmental Commission comes to us this year and wants to virtually double its budget, increase its budget by 87%. As far as I can tell, let's talk about what they've accomplished. As far as I can tell, they've accomplished, or they've made little or no progress on the easement survey. All we heard last year was the easement survey, we have to get letters out. Best I can tell, they've accomplished next to nothing. They did nothing useful when I prepared the letter for the NJDOT. They reached out and offered to help. I accepted the offer. Then I started getting excuses. I said, why don't you write something on the impact of a helicopter crash near this water body and the stream? Oh, that's a big project. We don't have the time. I have the emails, so I'm happy to share the emails. This is all in emails. A week before the letter's due, I reach out. Where are you on preparing the report? They hadn't even started. They started sending emails. Who's going to draft what? If you look at the report, there's nothing useful in the report. I listened to the recording of the last Environmental Commission meeting. There was nothing useful accomplished at that meeting. In fact, one member, there was just infighting. One member threatened to get up and walk out of the meeting. They're just fighting with each other. I sent a series of questions to the Environmental Commission regarding their request for the $500 for the environmental resource study or inventory. I thought these were fair and reasonable questions. Question number 1, provide an estimate of the projected total cost to the township of the ERI. They're asking for $500. Is that it? Are you going to prepare the ERI on $500, or is this the beginning of a much larger expenditure? I thought it was a very fair question. Answer: we have no way of estimating the total cost at this time. Then there's some explanation about we requested it to consult with the town planner. So question number 2, provide us with a copy of your plan for completion of the ERI project, including which Environmental Commission members will be responsible for which portions of the ERI and an estimated time to complete. Who's going to work on it, and how long will it take? How long do you think it will get it done? Again, we are not in a position to estimate the types and overall amount of work that would need to be undertaken, nor how long the work would take. Question number 3, which I found to be perhaps the most important question. As we understand it, the ERI has not been updated in approximately 43 years, including during the period from the late 1990s until 2006, when the township was at its greatest risk of development. Explain why at this time we need to update our ERI. Response: I answered this question at length in the presentation I gave at the February 14th meeting. Those who are not present may refer to the written material I supplied. We were all present. I walked out of there saying, I can't figure out why we need this. There were some folks who got up and spoke and said, well, if anybody ever wants to come in and do a development, the ERI will be great. Well, I looked at model ERIs, and model ERIs are very general. They're an overview of the township. If somebody wants to come in and develop a particular parcel, we're going to want an environmental study done that's specific to that parcel. The ERI ain't going to be what we rely on. And if this was so critical, why did it sit for 41 years? I'm carving out the last, year and a quarter since we've been in control. Why, in the prior administration, wasn't this done? Why, when housing was booming between 1998 and when the market crashed in 2007 and we were at our greatest risk of development, why wasn't there the Environmental Commission out there updating the ERI if it's so critical? Why all of a sudden, when control changes and you now have a group that are running the township like a business, treating our residents as customers, and looking to provide our customers with the best possible product at the lowest possible price, are they coming in and saying, we need to spend money? And I know what would happen if we started down this road. The 500 would turn into ultimately 10 or 15,000 or more for a study that's going to do little or no good for the township. Because the people on the Environmental Commission right now, for the most part, aren't going to do the work. They're going to want us to write checks so that our Professionals will do the work. And one thing I found, well, I found a number of things working on the Helistop, is we have piles of reports that were prepared in this township over the years, most of which sat on a shelf and gathered dust. Great for the professionals, they made a lot of money. Not great for the taxpayers in East Amwell. Finally, I asked, describe the progress the Environmental Commission has made to date on its inspection of each easement in the township. Answer was, I'm not on the Conservation Easement Subcommittee and cannot answer this question. So I asked 4 questions. I thought they were perfectly reasonable questions and got slammed on each one of them. So if the Environmental Commission wants to know why we're not funding this $500 and why we're not bumping the budget by 87%, you now have some background. The most troubling of all of this was that letter in the VIP. To take the environmental, to use the mantle of the Environmental Commission for political gain, to me is disgraceful. People have the right to express their views. This was signed by D. Kellogg, Chair, Lisa Davis, Vice Chair, Tom Rue, Member, Joe Angelone, Member, Tony Roby, former Member, Doug Schleifer, former Chair, using the Environmental Commission to try to topple the existing committee is disgraceful. So when the Environmental Commission says, why aren't we being treated better by the Township Committee, I want you to think about what I've just said. And when Tom Rue asks why he wasn't reappointed to the Environmental Commission, you can ask him to watch this video. We are not reappointing Tom. And there are additional people who signed this letter who are up next year for reappointment. And if they continue their current course of behavior, they won't be reappointed either. I think the Environmental Commission and the Green Team are very important in this township. These should be committees that are used for good, like our other existing committees, not committees that's primary purpose is a political agenda. So, with that, unless, if any of you want to add anything before I move on.
I would just say that I asked Lisa a simple question, which was what would be different in town if we had an environmental commission?
An environmental
ERA. And she failed to answer that question. So therefore I don't support funding.
Yeah, I pulled up a simple, I was researching environmental resource inventories, and I found one from Sustainable New Jersey, actually, and I found it interesting that when Ms. Davis spoke at the last meeting that green teams can, I believe she testified to the fact that green teams can seek grants for such things. So based on that and the fact that this article I found from Sustainable New Jersey said that these cost anywhere between $8,000 and $15,000, I think this might be a, if we at any point decide that this is a valuable thing to have, I think it might be a project for the green team as opposed to something coming out of the budget, which is, as we know, very tight. So.
And so, by the way, I have model ERIs that I looked at. I read an article that was published by the Association of New Jersey Environmental Commissions, ANJAC, called the Environmental Resource Inventory. It's not as though I didn't spend time trying to figure out what these things look like. I did. I have a pile of papers here.
Let me just make one comment, I think, from my end, if you don't mind, Rick. I think
No, go for it.
Rick brought up a good point. I mean, we've tried to run the township as a business. We have to be very careful with how we spend the taxpayer dollars. And it's our taxpayer dollars, too, because we're all contributing as well. We've never seen a formal proposal of how much it's going to cost. There's certainly nothing stopping the commission from populating portions of an ERI on their own There are some data out there that are interesting. We talked about Raritan Headwaters. They came in and presented some interesting information. That's certainly content that could go into an ERI, and it could be done right now. And there's also grants available and other mechanisms to actually fund it. So I think the commentary here was spot on. That's how we have to operate. That's just the way it is. So there's other avenues that can be explored, but they haven't been discussed really in any length.
The other point, which I alluded to earlier, is we do have, I don't know, 15, 20 or more studies that have been done in East Amwell,
Sure.
going back to 1993. We have some even older than that. Tamara Lee and I are trying to put together an inventory of those so they don't get lost because they exist only in paper copies. So what we've done is we've pulled as many of them as we could find. Krista has them now. She's going to be the keeper, and we're going to hire a service to come in and scan those so that in a searchable format, keyword search format, so that number one, they exist more than just in paper copy, and number two, so that if people want to do something like an ERI, they can do keyword searches through these documents. So if you're looking for a particular topic, you'll be able to do keyword searches and see if it's in any of these reports. And I mean, we have lots of them that we found so far. We found references to some where we haven't been able to find the hard copy, but we're hoping to find it somewhere. At some point, we may go to Francis's house. I know we'll find them there.
I did scan the 1976
I know.
ERA.
I know. But I mean, I'm not kidding. We're going to try to dig up all this stuff, have it scanned in, and put into a format that's somewhat useful. So look, I know I spent a little bit of time on that, but I wanted to give the Environmental Commission a comprehensive reason why we're not approving the requested budget and why we believe the conduct of that commission has to change, or the composition of the commission has to change. It's that simple. The commission is the problem child right now of this township committee. Our other committees are doing gangbusters. And so we want our environmental commission. We want to start populating our green team. I want to start trying to get those sustainable Jersey grants. Now I know what's going to happen. Mark my words, in October's VIP, there'll be a letter from somebody saying, Rick Wolf, anti-environmental. Rick Wolf is trying to tear apart everything we've built in this township. So be it. I even had somebody say to me, give them the 500, because if you don't, they're going to tell everybody you're anti-environmental. You know what? It's not the way I do things. You want to run around and say Rick Wolf is anti-environmental, I'll stand on my record. I will stand on my record. Okay. Standing committee reports. Item number 7. Farmland and open space. The item there is an open space improvement and maintenance plan. The county has a parcel in East Amwell they use for recreational purposes. Adjacent to that parcel are 2 small parcels that are green acres that we own, that East Amwell owns. The county would like to enter into an agreement, a maintenance and management agreement with East Amwell, where the county will agree to maintain those 2 parcels and basically include them as part of that recreational area that they currently own. The parcels are landlocked, so you can't even access them from a road. The agreement they want to enter into with us would be a 10-year agreement. But like most of these agreements with municipalities, when they say it has a term of years. It really doesn't, because it can be terminated by either party on 90 days' notice. So, but the Farmland and Open Space Committee looked at this, and we thought it was a good idea. But the maintenance and management agreement needs to be approved by the Township Committee. I don't know if I have the unilateral ability to do that or not, but it didn't matter. I wanted to bring it before the Township Committee. I should have had copies made, but the parcels are those that are circled on that drawing.
By block and lot.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Block 38, lots 42 and 42.02. And let me just find it here. The name. I'll pass it.
Yeah,
so
no,
you guys can see it.
I thought you were looking for something like that.
They call it the Sourland Preserve, the parcel that is currently the county parcel.
What road's that on?
It's right off Ridge Road.
Is that on Ridge? Where they have the what, third section?
It is close to Lindbergh and adjacent to property owned by Hunterdon County on Riley Road.
Rileyville.
Sorry. That's funny. They wrote Riley Road here. You're right, Rileyville.
It's part of the Ridge Road package that was put together a couple years ago.
No, it's not.
In lots, it was as a selling point.
Well, what the
Doing
corners,
that.
Jacoby's one corner and Ridge Road, unless you're talking about.
All right, we're not doing an open public right now on this. We'll have an open public.
Just to describe, it's landlocked parcels between Rileyville Ridge and Lindbergh Road, kind of in the middle of that area.
They were acquired by the township in 1987
I think it's
through a
behind
tax lien sale.
Sort of behind Andrea's.
So-
Behind your house.
1201 and lot 13. But I don't know the numbers in the rest, but that sounds right.
Okay. All right, so what I'd like, we lost Kevin.
I think he's in the bathroom.
What I would like to do
We got our quorum.
is just, I'd like to make a motion for the Township Committee to authorize me to sign the maintenance and management agreement. I read it. It's an innocuous agreement. It can be terminated by either side on 90 days' notice. It's a 10-year agreement. It doesn't preclude us from using the land. It just gives the county the right to go in and maintain trails, etc. So
They're going to do the work.
So I'd like to ask for a motion authorizing me to sign the maintenance and management agreement.
So moved. I'll second. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The Recycling Committee. We have three things to talk about on the Recycling Committee. One is Tom Rue requested that he be appointed as a member of the Recycling Committee. As I understand it, he does good work on the Recycling Committee, has been a good member of the Recycling Committee, and so I have no objection to appointing him, but that is, I believe, a Township Committee appointment, not a mayor's appointment for the Recycling.
I'll move that we appoint Tom Rue as a member.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Pam, you'll let him know?
Okay.
I was asked if we would appoint Rosemary Georgette as the Clean Communities Director. Rosemary's been doing a very good job on the Recycling Committee. We need a Clean Communities Director. She's willing to serve, so I'm fine with that. Can I have a motion to appoint her as Clean Communities Director?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Before we do it, I just have a question. Is that a compensated position?
No.
or is it-
No, it's not.
No. Last is, and I asked to put this on the agenda. I've been having conversations with Allison Castellano about expanding the type of recycling that's done by the recycling committee. For example, my law firm recycles batteries. You can bring batteries in, we have a box. So if I have batteries, you could take them in and have them recycled. We can also have electronics, small electronics equipment recycled. We've outlawed straws, plastic straws. And I see what's going on in New York City, and it is migrating toward what I call non-conventional recycling. And I wanted to start doing that here in East Amwell, and Allison was very receptive to that, so we are working on expanding the types of items that will be recycled. It's not as easy as saying we're going to put a box out there. There's some complexity, like with batteries, you have to watch out for fires. So it's not as though we just kind of wave a wand and this stuff happens. It doesn't just go into a box and disappear. But people are making real efforts to try to expand the recycling. If anyone has suggestions, thoughts, please reach out to me, reach out to Allison, reach out to anybody on the recycling committee. The Recreation Committee, Chris Kellogg and Jenna Castellano both resigned. Chris resigned, well, they both resigned right now because of their situations where they are, commitments. Chris is going to continue to work with the Recreation Committee. He just can't make the meetings. So it's not as though he's walking away from the Recreation Committee. He just can't make the meetings. So I'll make a motion to accept, or I'd like to ask for a motion to accept the resignations of Chris and Jenna with regret.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Agricultural Advisory Committee, Candace Wiggum, who had chaired that committee, resigned last week, I believe. She sent me her resignation. She is leaving East Amwell. She is moving to Seattle. One of her children is moving to Seattle, and she is going with her child, I believe, in May. I don't know if we need a motion for this, but I'd like to make a motion to accept the resignation of Candace Wiggum.
So
With
moved.
regret?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The Historic Preservation Committee. A month ago, we appointed Ida Schmaltz as a member of the Historic Preservation Committee. Again, her circumstances changed, and unfortunately, she had to resign from the Historic Preservation Committee. So I'd like to ask for a motion to accept her resignation with regret.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
If you look carefully at Clausen House or the East Amwell Museum, if you look at the roof, it's a slate roof, but it's a slate roof that's in sad shape. It's kind of held together with Scotch tape. It's very expensive to replace a slate roof. And while we got grants, the goal was really to try to get Clausen House up and running as the East Amwell Museum as quickly as possible. So the roof was keeping the water out, so they kind of just held it patched together. The Historic Preservation Committee would like to apply to Hunterdon County for a grant to replace the roof. They've obtained estimates. They're looking to replace it either with a real slate or with a faux slate. and they want to go for a grant, and as I understand it, the way it was explained to me, in order to apply for that grant, they need approval from the Township Committee to apply for the grant. So I mean, this is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to have somebody make a motion to approve the Historic Preservation Committee applying to Hunterdon County for a grant to replace the roof on Clausen House.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. By the way, I know I keep plugging this, but if you haven't been there, you should go. It's great. And the Friday night, I think it'll be a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun at the receptions for the art shows. I mean, we get 70, 80 people, sometimes over 100 people during the period that's there. It's a lot of fun. There's food, there's wine. I sing, I dance. It's a nice night. Okay. The planning board. I'm going to talk about this in much more detail in April. I'll just discuss this very briefly tonight, but it's very important. In the course of addressing the Hellestop issue, I started thinking, how did we get to this point, where we started out in 1999 with a pure golf course, a golf course that was only going to be golfing, no swimming pools, no tennis courts, no overnight housing, no residential, no non-golf recreation facilities, or indeed no non-golf facilities at all. How did we get from that to where we are today, where the golf course has the right to build a swimming pool, an Olympic-sized swimming pool, 2 tennis courts, which as I understand it will be clay and consume a massive amount of water, 2 6,250 square feet cottages, quote-unquote cottages for overnight housing, a special events ordinance which, if implemented by the Township Committee, would allow events there that could attract as many as 60,000 participants in a week. Imagine what that would be like in East Amwell. A Hellestop. There were a number of us on the planning board that believed that this whole process went off the rails at some point, and we can't figure out why. There's no explanation in the resolutions by the planning board as to why they allowed these changes, why they made these changes to the ordinance. We feel it's entirely inconsistent with the master plan. It's entirely inconsistent with the original vision of that property. And so Tamara Lee and I sat down and wrote an amendment to the master plan dealing with golf courses. It will be posted on our website tomorrow. I have to get it to you, Krista, I will. I just didn't get a chance today to make these changes, but it will be posted tomorrow. The planning board approved having a public hearing on this amendment at our April meeting. I am going to strongly encourage anyone who has any interest in that 300-acre parcel, which is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful parcels of land in East Amwell. If you have any interest in that at all, you should come to the planning board hearing in April. You should read this document. It's 10 pages. And you should come to the planning board hearing on this. I'm really hoping to get a good turnout. We will publish, we're going to send notices to the Ridge, to surrounding municipalities, to open space, to the residents who live around the golf course. It'll go on the website. I really hope we get a good turnout. I will talk about this in more detail in April, because by our April meeting we will know if the planning board has approved it. This does not require Township Committee approval. an amendment to the master plan is done by the planning board. If we choose to do ordinance to implement these ideas, those ordinances could either originate with the planning board or the township committee. We probably would have them originate with the township committee, but that's putting the cart ahead of the horse. We will see if the master plan is approved in April, or the amendment to the master plan is approved in April. Okay, approval of the minutes. We have two sets of minutes to approve tonight, the February 14th special budget minutes and the February 14th regular minutes. Before we get to the approval process, I would just like to make a comment. We had migrated from summary minutes to verbatim minutes over the last couple of years. The verbatim minutes were running sometimes 60 pages. It was incredibly time-consuming for Pam and Terry to produce them. Sometimes Krista was producing them. It was incredibly time-consuming for us to review them. Now that we are live streaming and people can actually watch, we decided that we would go back to the types of minutes that had traditionally been done in East Amwell, except we would also annotate them so that you could see at what point during the live stream a particular topic was discussed. So if you go to the minutes, you see a topic and you say, gee, I'd like to see exactly what was said, you'll know approximately where to go in the video, so you don't have to figure out where in the video it is. This was the first time that we've done this. Terry had prepared both drafts, and I think she did a very, very good job. I had only one comment. There was one typo. I thought they turned out really well. They were reasonably detailed. They tell you where to go if you want to see exactly what was said. I think they're very good sets of minutes. So with that little preface, does anybody, well, let me first make a motion. Can I ask for a motion to approve the February 4th special budget minutes?
I'll move the special budget minutes. One second.
Does anybody have any comments?
No.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I would also like a motion to approve the February 14th regular minutes.
I will move the February 14th regular minutes.
Second.
Does anybody have any comments?
No.
I only had one, which there was one typo. I gave that to Terry. And it wasn't a substantive typo. It was just a misspelled word. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We now have item number 9 open to the public. It's technically comments pertaining to topics not on tonight's agenda. If none of my colleagues object, I'm happy to allow the public to speak about topics that are not on the agenda or were on the agenda, because it's 20 after 10 and I don't want to make people wait until the next open session if you have something you want to say. So you can, it's a free-for-all. You can talk about whatever you'd like. I'll go from front to back, so I'll start with Andrea.
We need a motion to open.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm no good with this stuff.
I'll make a motion to open to the public.
Thank you.
I'll second said motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
I actually don't think you have to make a motion to open to the public, unless they've changed it since I was on the township committee. We had to make a motion to close to the public, but I don't think we had to make a motion. Maybe well, I'm not allowed to ask the attorney questions.
I would say, why would you need a motion to one way, not the other way? You know, it just makes common sense. If you're open to the public, you need to close.
Well, it's not a question of common sense, it's a question of what's in the law. But I just have a couple quick questions about the Ridge Road project. As you know, I have some concerns about that. When is it going to start? Do we have a date or a rough date or anything? I mean, like this summer, are we talking about?
I don't know, Andrea.
Okay, well, the reason I'd like to mention is I sit and have coffee and watch my morning talk shows, and I've been noticing out of my window a lot of cars going by on Ridge Road all of a sudden starting on Monday, and I thought, what in the world is going on? So I talked to my car mechanic who lives in Montgomery Township and has his shop in Hopewell Borough, and he said they closed a section of 518 So that a lot of people that are coming from our area and going into Princeton have a problem, certain parts of Princeton, and people from where Joe lives coming to Hopewell Borough have a problem. So he said I could Google it, so I did. And they are closing this section of 518, which means a huge number of people are coming over Ridge Road in both directions during the morning rush hour and the evening rush hour. And it's going to get even worse because, well, it has another complication is that a big section of Cherry Valley Road is closed. So it's just a mess. And the minimum assessment of how long this is going to go on is 150 days, depending on weather permitting. It started on Monday, but I've also heard 6 months. So I would just like to give you this thing that I found when I Googled, and you might want to think about whether you really want to be closing pieces of Ridge Road. There's just 2 printouts that you can Google it and get it yourself, because that is going to really screw up the commuters, and it's not just going to be East Amwell residents, it's going to be a whole lot of angry people. So you might want to think about it.
Such as life.
Patsy?
Patsy Wong Iverson, 55 Wagner Road, and the mayor did forewarn me that I would not be happy with what he would have to say tonight. I just want to go on the record to say that I don't believe any commission or committee should be used as a political ploy. Having said that, I would like to ask, do you really feel the Environmental Commission has not accomplished anything in the last 2 years? If so, I would like to refresh your memory of what has happened. So the Environmental Commission was instrumental in working on 2 trails in East Amwell, Omick Woods and the Rocky Brook Trail. And the Environmental Commission partnered with the Township Committee to install signage along the Rocky Brook Trail. And it was the Environmental Commission that spearheaded the Trex recycling project, which the Recycling Committee has now taken over and will continue. Although I do hope that one day we will no longer have any plastic to recycle. And I'm still waiting for the state to ban plastic bags. And I hope the Township Committee will pass a resolution supporting the statewide effort to ban plastic bags. And this morning, a little late, I did send an email to all 5 Township Committee members with an attached PDF talking about ERIs. And I want to talk about ERIs without discussion of money, but just why ERIs will benefit East Amwell. And I don't know why ERI had not been updated, but at the March 9th ANJEC workshop, they suggest that ERIs be updated every 10 years. And I think that this is a good time to be looking at East Amwell, and I think the ERI will be a valuable asset for the master plan that the planning board is in charge of when the master plan needs to be updated, which is in a few years, I believe. Do you know?
2013
Tim?
was our last, so we have to do it by 2023.
All right, so it's in 2 years. And I think that I'm talking about cooperation and partnership to have the Environmental Commission working with the Planning Board to update the master plan. So I just hope that we can move forward and think of all that the Environmental Commission can be doing, and in fact, there's a green amendment that is working its way through the state. And I'm in the process of reading the green amendment, and it would be good for New Jersey, and Murphy presumably is asking the governors for the 3 other states to come together to ban fracking in the Delaware River region. So I think there are many things we can be working on together, and I see the Environmental Commission making a positive contribution if we are all willing to move forward.
Thank you.
And I'm going to leave the mayor with a flash drive because I've downloaded all the files. These are the presentations and also extra handouts from the March 9th ANJAC workshop. So I'll give it to you, and then you can share it with the others.
Thank you. Thank you. Richie, are you done, Patsy?
Well, I was just waiting for a yes, we concur.
Thank you, Patsy. Richie?
Yeah, Rich Spiegel, 1 Mountain Road. Just have some comments here I'm going to make real quick, and I'm requesting that my comments be for the record tonight. I've never liked to have anything put in my mouth that I didn't say, so that's why you already approved the minutes, so I'm kind of disturbed on a few things here. I will say this, I did call because I made a comment. I was talking with our CEO at the last meeting about the DEP's in lieu of tax program. Okay, and I did call it the very next day or the day after because the next day got on the phone and called Trenton. And I wanted to know myself what happened. And they came back and they told me that they would look into it. But as far as they know, that in lieu of tax program was rescinded by the previous administration. So that means it could be anywhere from the 2 terms of the last governor. So they said they would get back to me and just give me an exact time, whether he did it during the first term of office or the second term of office. So and my point was that time, that at least that was something that came every October that could be put in our budget as a plus. And now we did lose it. So I did apologize to her for having her looking for something.
Richie, if you felt that you were misquoted or
No, it's not that I was misquoted. I didn't know that it was rescinded.
No.
The program was in force up until the last administration.
If you have comments to the minutes,
Yeah.
you can put them in writing, submit them, and we'll attach them to the minutes for this meeting. I
can't follow you right now, Mr. Wolf. What is that? And I'm looking over to my right over here, looking for some. Go ahead.
You were saying that you think that what's in our minutes, at least I.
Oh, I don't think. I know.
Okay. You know that.
See, I find something very
Richie,
strange about these. Believe me, you're not trying to stop me from talking. You're not trying to do that.
No,
right?
I was talking and you stopped me from talking.
Well, I think I'm recognized as having the floor. Is that Robert's rule? Am I recognizing having the floor? Counselor, you're our counselor. I'm looking for what you have to say about this.
Richie, you have the floor. Go ahead and.
I can do that. I can ask the counselor for his.
Go ahead and talk, Richie.
I have a policy. I don't forget what I say. Okay? All right? So it seems to me here that words, if nobody else has noticed it, that's their problem. But it seems to me that there's been words put in my mouth that I didn't say. For instance, on page 4, where I was commented in saying why prep work wasn't done by the contractor, that was rent I mentioned about, and that wasn't even discussed tonight, about, I didn't say anything, I never mentioned the word economical, so I don't know where that came from, okay? If somebody added some minutes that I have no idea. All I said was, we could hire from a contractor equipment and get a personnel to go with the equipment for between $800 and $1,000 a day. And the rest of it, I know I didn't say any of that, okay? And the other regular minutes of the meeting, I was quoted as saying that I was a contractor when I mentioned the fact about working on a project up in North Jersey, one of the first landfill recycling plants. I never made a statement like that in my life, that I was a contractor. I've always said I was in construction as an iron worker for over 40 years. And that's false information. I do not put false information in public records. So I don't know where that came from. I'm getting a feeling here that something never seen before in all the years that the minutes have been put down. It seems to me like you're saying something, but then these minutes look like they're being said in another way. It's just unbelievable. I don't understand it. Comments that were. It says here that I agreed about briefing the minutes. No. I commented about the mayor's statements on briefing the minutes. I didn't agree on that. In fact, I made the statement that the people, that's when I brought up, the people have the right to turn around and ask their statements be for the record. But I didn't make no statement that I agreed with the briefing of the minutes, okay? And the other thing is that there was one other thing here. Oh, at the end of the meeting, when I spoke about, the heliport, and I said, I made the comment that my time back then getting into know with the FAA and how they're thinking about this area and everything. And I had made a statement that I couldn't get through to the person because they were promoted to a higher position. But I did locate them. I did have the phone number. But everything like today is go to the website, do this, give your email address, type it in, and send a letter. Okay? I don't see your comments after that paragraph. What happened to them? You made comments after that. After I said that, what happened to them? And you don't remember making a comment after I told you about that? I don't think of anybody, the mayor's comments should be excluded from the minutes. And I don't think our legislators in Trenton mentioned anything where anybody can eliminate their minutes as elected officials of government in this state. Unless you can show it to me, or you can show it to me, Counselor. That's a direct question. And under the rules of professional conduct, I'm asking you the answer to that question. If you don't want to say something, well then,
I'm not going to answer anything.
You don't want to answer it.
Yeah, not like this, no.
You want to go into executive session and answer it? I could answer that.
I'm sure you can get it to the appropriate people if they want me to answer those questions and research them.
So you're saying you're not allowed to answer any questions by the constituents of this town?
I'm not saying that.
Like, so you don't want to answer, so I'll take it as a yes. Okay? So again, did you forget your comments after that? Where is it? You don't want to answer? I know you're going to answer. But I remember your comments. Give it to me after the meeting. Now, you made the statement that we could hear that on the recording. You're right, we can. Did you receive it after the meeting? Did I give them to you? Did you take them?
You have the floor, Richie. You make whatever comments you want.
Well,
I'm
I
not
have the
responding.
floor, and I can ask a question,
And I'm not responding.
and you don't want to respond. Very good. Okay?
Anyone else?
Remember, it's on the tape. It's on the recorder.
Any other questions? All right, motion to close. Could I have a motion to close?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Consent agenda items. We want to introduce an ordinance, and this came up at last month's Township Committee meeting. It's introducing an amendment to our existing ordinance regarding fees that are charged for permit reviews and construction permits. Kevin had commented that we ought not be charging fees for flagpoles, and so we removed that. It was a
Thank you.
good comment. Tim had asked to see a comparison of the old fees versus the new, which Krista had prepared and provided to all of us. The amendment looked fine to me. It was just simply to bring us in line with what other municipalities are charging. We were losing money on these, and so it was just designed to minimize that loss.
Yeah.
We are regulated, so we don't have carte blanche in what we can charge. There are rules that govern. This was reviewed, and we are compliant. And so I'd like to get a motion to introduce this amendment.
Are there copies available for the public?
Yes.
Oh, there are.
Yes.
Where are they?
We'll put them on the website.
No, they should be here in this room.
It's
Pam?
too.
I mean, I can make copies.
We'll put them on the website.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
That's very, very open,
So-
transparent
Do you want
government.
my copy?
Sure.
So could I have a motion to introduce this ordinance?
I'll make a motion for ordinance 0119 introduction.
I'll second. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, this ordinance will be published in the March 21st, 2019 issue of the Huntington County Democrat, and the public hearing is set for the next regular Township Committee meeting on April 11th, 2019 at 7:30.
Really? We just got it.
Just get that later. Before it goes live. It's introduction anyway.
By the way, Glorianne, your atrocious and disrespectful behavior is also on camera. One of these cameras is pointed at the audience, just for the record.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
It's not an open public session.
Thank you. You are not interested in hearing anything except for what you have to speak. And you have been certainly very outrageous in your comments to people for the past 2 years and going into this year. So, excuse me.
No, I've been honest, and you can't deal with honesty because for the years that you and your friends were running the township, all you did was lie. And now you don't know how to deal with somebody who's honest. All right, next is ordinance number 2-19, the 2019.
We already did that.
Oh, we did, that's right, okay, we
It
did
was out
that.
of order, but
Special committee reports, there are none. Unfinished business, okay. Appointment of second township committee member as the municipal court liaison. You are the municipal court liaison, I believe.
I am.
I'm told we need 2.
I'm not sure why.
I don't know either, but I was told that we need 2. So I was asked to put this on the agenda. Anybody else willing to be the second liaison to the municipal court?
I'll be a second liaison.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve Kevin as the second liaison?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Kevin.
Is that a statutory requirement?
Life's too short. I was told we need a
just wanna
second
make
one.
sure.
I
It's
just,
like an alternate.
I said,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. Just wanna make sure I'm
I
not
said, fine.
doing
We're
what I'm
still
supposed to.
primary. is.
Right,
Okay.
I said, okay, new business. Country Classics. A request for a reduction in a performance bond. Our engineer reviewed this. There's a letter in the package where he agreed that they were entitled to a reduction of their performance bond. So I think all we need is a resolution agreeing to the reduction that our engineer has approved. I read it. I mean, it looked fine to me. I'm not in a position to question the engineer. It looked fine to me. So can I have a motion to approve the request for the reduction of the performance bond?
I'll move the motion.
Second?
I'll second. Practice.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There was a request for us to adopt a resolution for Red Cross Month. Can I have a motion to approve that resolution?
So moved.
Second. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
The third, I think we're going to deal with an executive session. The fourth, D, will deal with an executive session. The fifth, who did we just appoint to the municipal court?
I thought we just got promoted or made permanent Olivia, right?
Yeah, well, she resigned, took a job somewhere else.
Mansfield.
So, what do we need to do? Just a motion to accept her resignation? Okay. Could I have a motion to accept the resignation of violations clerk Olivia Barrick?
I'll make such motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
F, there are two things that we want resolutions for. One, we decided that we would use different tax counsel for tax appeals. We've had this discussion before.
Yes.
Our tax assessor, Marianne Busher, asked me if it would be okay if she retained Harry Hauschelter. I have the contract. I haven't looked at it yet. I mean, I glanced at it. It's a one-year contract. It runs till next March. It's terminable on 60 days' notice. It's $160 an hour. I haven't read it word for word. It's not going to be a lot of fees. We only have a couple of small things going on. So I'd just like to get a resolution authorizing me to sign that contract once it's in a condition that I'm okay with, which I suspect it's probably there now, but I'd just like to read it through a little more carefully.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Tim, do you want to take the next one?
Sure, be happy to. So we issued a RFP or RFQ for a municipal attorney and a municipal labor attorney at the end of last year. We received bids from firms. One of the firms was Archer and Griner, which is currently our municipal bond counsel. And we had worked with their lead attorney who has a practice in municipal labor law, Dave Repuano. We got a lot of good service from him last year. He helped us through a couple of pretty interesting and delicate personnel matters. And he did a great job. He last year worked under the rate of the bond counsel, which was $140 an hour, I believe. And he stepped up to the plate and did that. However, he did ask that in this new round, that during the bidding process, that he could propose his municipal rate. So with that, I'd like to, based on some needs we have for labor attorney work, I'd like to have a resolution essentially appointing Dave Repuano from Archer and Griner as our municipal labor attorney at a rate of $220 an hour.
We don't anticipate spending a lot of money, but these issues do pop up from time to time, and when they do, they tend to be time sensitive, and you really need to go to somebody who does this day in and day out, not someone where you have to wait for 2 weeks of research. And this is a very specialized area. You want to go to somebody that this is what they do, because you don't want to get it wrong. If you get it wrong, the consequences to the municipality can be significant.
He's been quick and he's had good work product, because I used him a couple of times last year as well.
So I will make a motion to appoint Dave Rapano as our municipal labor attorney.
I'll second.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I don't know, could I make a motion as the mayor? Actually, Tim was talking.
Well,
I was
you
now,
seem to want to
I,
make one
I was
tonight,
now,
so
I was now flashing back to when.
I actually don't think there's any rule against it.
All right.
It's up to Carl to let us know.
Why doesn't somebody else make the motion?
I'll make the motion for
All
the
right.
appointment of the attorney for
I'll
the labor.
second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Okay. We will now have our second open to the public. Can I have a motion to open? Oh, what? Oh, there was something else you wanted to have, that's right.
The court administrator to advertise for the part-time violations clerk?
Okay, so you want a resolution authorizing us
Is the
to
motion
advertise? Okay.
What do you think?
Can I have a motion to advertise for the part-time court administrator?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And there's also the animal control service, Carolyn Murphy.
Oh, I don't know that we're doing anything tonight, but I wanted to just get it on the record. Have you been following this? Do you want to do this?
Well, I
you've been
didn't
having
read
conversations.
her proposal, it just came in.
I haven't read it yet
But
either.
I could summarize.
Go ahead.
So over the years, we've used a couple of different animal control services. We used to use an individual who serviced several municipalities, did a really good job, and basically had his own business, and he is no longer available to do this work. We then moved into what's it called,
St. Hubert's.
St. Hubert's, and we've entered into a contract with St. Hubert's, and they're much more expensive than the previous provider, but they are used by several municipalities. So I think we were content with that, but an individual came in and made a presentation and has over the months sort of queried our interest as to whether or not we were interested in hiring her as a animal control officer, which we didn't really have an appetite to do that, to take on the employment of an employee. She also asked if we were interested in the shared service. Would we be willing to be the lead agency? For a number of reasons, we weren't willing to be the lead agency. She then suggested if she got into a shared service with another municipality, would we be willing to partner with that? We said we would. I think her latest proposal is she's actually started her own company to be an individual sort of third-party entity, and she's asked if she can make a proposal to us. We just received that proposal. I briefly scanned it. It looked comprehensive. I really didn't ascertain how it compares to St. Hubert's at this point. But
It's a
we'll do
little.
that.
It's a little cheaper.
Yeah, it's a little cheaper, not a lot. Not where we used to be.
$200.
Right.
What was the quantitation on the side of it? How much was it?
Like I said, I don't.
You don't remember?
I don't remember. It was 13 something.
13,
yeah, which we're paying the St. Hubert's roughly that. So we'll take it under consideration, but again, at this point, you know, it's economics because I don't think we have a.
She's coming in at $13,500.
Okay.
We have to read the. I mean, there might be more value in
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
So
I
we-
think she's.
I
doing-
actually like it to have somebody in-house because, like, right now, I think we have like 126 residents who didn't license their dogs. And I'm sending out second letter notices, and then there's summonses. And, you know, she needs to go out to check to see if these people have dogs. And then we get animal bites, which I check my records online through the state program that I do, and these dogs aren't licensed, and St. Hubert's isn't going out to check that these dogs aren't licensed.
Yeah, clearly the.
You know, I
yeah,
send a letter, but I get no response.
Well, clearly the service we had prior to St. Hubert's was top shelf,
Excellent, yes,
A-plus
it was
service,
really
and I think we grew to like that, and it was very inexpensive. So, you know, obviously, if this is a better value proposition, has better service, closer to the residents, at the same price, we do have the ability, I believe, to terminate the St. Hubert's agreement.
On 90 days
On
notice.
90 days notice, so.
And it's a year to year, so it runs till the end of this year.
Yeah, so we'll review that, and next meeting, we'll make a recommendation as to whether or not we should take action on that. You know, the one thing, this is new to her. I mean, she's been doing this for a while, but I think this is a new business entity.
Yeah.
So, you know, there could be some
Okay.
you know, some challenges there for her running a business. But we'll look into it, and we'll make a recommendation at the next meeting.
So you want this on for the 8th?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'd like to read the contract. We should have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
I mean, she did come here to a meeting a while back, but now we're really looking at it. We should have a conversation. And I do think, for the reasons Pam said, if she appears to be well organized and ready to go, it might be useful to make the change. But we'll have to see. And if we do it, I don't want to make a long-term commitment. I'd want some test period to see that we're happy with the service. But we'll come back next month and figure out what we're doing. Okay. Anything else, Pam, to be added?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Could I have a motion to open to the public?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we are having our second open to the public. Come on up, Andrea.
Here we go again. Just a couple things. One is, I see you're going into executive session to talk about a new clerk, and I am certainly grieving the departure of our present clerk. But I do hope, and I'm sure that it couldn't possibly happen, that you will choose someone who donated money to the Republican election campaign and is not an East Amwell resident. That's not going to happen, right? No way. Okay, that's the first thing.
Andrea?
Yes.
I can assure you we're not hiring anyone that made any donations
Okay.
to our party.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that. All right, the second thing is on the subject of the budget for the Environmental Commission, I'm really very distressed. I mean, I think we've got more Trumpism going on here. We're punishing Tom Rue because he signed a letter critical of the Township Committee. On the record, I remember how you spoke to Lisa Davis and said you would under no circumstances appoint her to the Green Team. I think people are being punished in this township for speaking their mind, and I think that is a terrible thing, and I know you wish you could get me some way, but that's going to be really hard to do. So the last
Andrea,
thing
I love you.
I just want to say is that I made a little puzzle in the back of the room about township priorities, and I'm going to give this to Pam, and hopefully this will be added as either correspondence or added to the minutes. And the other thing is, I'm really, really distressed, and I don't care whether anybody thinks you're anti-environmental or not, but that we cannot try to get information that will help our township be a better place. So I have personally written a check for $500, which is made out to East Amwell Township. It says in the use line that it is for work on the NRI, and I presume that East Amwell Township will not find some other way to redirect this money. But this is a valid check, which will be good for 90 days. I hope you will spend it.
Okay, I'm not. I will tell you, Andrea. I think in order to use that for a particular purpose, Margaret has to go to the state and get approval to set up a trust fund for that particular purpose. So all I'm saying is I don't think we can just take the check, cash it, and use it for the Environmental Commission. There are state laws that govern that sort of thing.
Well, then perhaps if the environmental...
I can talk to Margaret, but we had to look into this for a couple of other things. There are state laws that apply in this instance. I don't know that we can just take the check and use it.
But I didn't do it intentionally. It didn't sound like it would be a problem. But the other possibility is I could make out, if the Environmental Commission chooses the firm they want to do, or the planner or whoever, I could just make out a check to that planner, and then the check would never go to East Amwell Township.
You know what?
That's a better idea.
No. Hang on. Look, we're a small town. There are lots of laws. I'm sure there are laws that get missed every day here, but I'm not going to walk into one, and that's too cute by double. So I'll talk to Margaret and find out what it takes to comply with the law, and we'll get back with you. I'm fine with what you did. I just want to make sure we comply with the law. I know there are laws that apply to this. We've looked at it. We had to set up a trust fund for Clausen House. So let me find out what applies. It may take more than 90 days, to get this done. I know it took us a while to get the trust set up for Clausen House because you need state approval.
It's crazy to set up a trust for $500.
I know, but if that's what you want, that's what we have to do. I don't think we could just take the check and use it. I think for 1 penny we have to set it up.
Let's try to do it the easy way, all right? If it's easier for me just to pay the firm, I can happily do that too. I will still have $500 in my check.
Well, I would suggest before you even pay any money, have them answer the 3 questions that were asked, because those questions would guide how much money this is going to cost.
Well, see, I think that
Start
they,
off with you rather than get lost. Until you get an answer, I would think.
I think.
I don't care who holds the check. All I'm saying is we're going to do it by the book.
Here, just so
Pam
everybody
asked
knows.
me to give it to you.
I don't know who to give it to. Margaret?
Give it to the mayor.
Just give it to Margaret.
That's fine. I will take the check.
But I just would like to hear about whether, as well as about all this stuff about setting up a trust, which I just seems to me like a lot of legal.
Margaret's going to go.
When are you going to bring? When are you bringing the check for my campaign, Andrea?
Pardon, say that again.
When are you bringing the check for my campaign?
Probably never.
You know you're going to, Andrea. You know it.
I don't know why these things have to be personal, but
I
they do
know.
seem to get personal, don't they?
Thank you, Andrea. Gloria Ann?
I would like to identify myself. I didn't before. But I'm Gloria Ann Broby. I reside at 144 Lambertville Hopewell Pike. And a good number of years ago, I served 2 terms on the Township Committee. And 3 years of those 2 terms, I was mayor. And I can assure you, gentlemen, that in those days, we never, certainly never, degraded and said nasty things about residents who came here to complain. Even residents who sent out items in campaigns. That is part of the system. And if you're so thin-skinned, which obviously you are, well, you can laugh, but it's not, and your colleague there can laugh too. But it is not appropriate. And it certainly is harmful to this community, calling people slippery, slimy, liars. And you did this with your own fellow committee person last year, David Wong Iverson. And that was the most destructive thing that you can do. Because it's nice for you to say, we're going to work together, but not when you punch people in the face and tell lies. And really, shame on you. And shame on each one of you. Mr. Matthews, Miller, I'm glad you're here tonight. Sobieski and Ostrander. Anyway, I'm shame on you for allowing this kind of thing to go on. It's great fun. He came in, he just barely moved into the township, and the next thing you know, he was insulting people. And somehow it was, hey, this is what they're doing at the federal level. We can do it too. So shame on you, because you certainly do not gain the respect of people. If you don't respect people and what they have to say, you certainly are not going to receive respect. You may laugh, but that's the way it goes.
Chris?
I was just going to say, is it respectful to sit in the back of the audience and snicker and laugh audibly at people up here? We're trying to do our job.
If something's funny, you just actually, excuse me.
Yes, because
you just snickered at Mr. Spiegel.
When did I snicker at Mr. Spiegel?
Mr. Spiegel has made his comments here on a number of meetings, and it's very easy to see the expressions on your face. And you could at least treat him. You may disagree. With
I let
him
him speak his
but
piece
you
every
could
time.
treat him respectfully.
I do, and I let him speak his piece every time. The reason I laugh when you were up here is because you seem to take issue with people, throwing insults around you. You call Mr. Wolf thin-skinned. I just don't find some irony in that.
You like insults.
Look, the fact of the matter is this is all quite easy. Your needle is set differently than mine. You believe it's okay to lie, to cheat, to steal, to break laws. I don't. I think it's best to tell the truth. In the quote from the movie, you can't handle the truth, Gloria. And when I called David a liar, it was because he lied. So I was telling the truth. He admitted he lied. He retracted his statement. He lied more than once. And when I call you all slimy, it's because you are slimy. And if you say that I'm a liar, then give me examples of where I've lied. Come back with one example. You come in, you spout off, you walk out the door.
You don't like it. You don't like it. And you can't take it.
I can take it. I have no problem taking it. I've never had anybody say I'm thin-skinned. That's just laughable. That's why he laughed. It's nonsensical. Calling me thin-skinned is like calling you honest. Yes, Richie.
Just a quick thing about Miss Bonet's check. I've been trying to, Rich Spiegel, Mountain Road. It just brought something up in my head that maybe she should have wrote the check out to the board and put it unanimous $500. What about that? Because I'm still trying to find out the $2 million anonymous donation for the Higgins property. So if somebody can give $2.3 million for the Higgins property, the anonymous donation, I mean, I brought this up last year.
What did you guys do with the $2.3 million?
Huh?
What did you guys do with the $2.3 million?
Well, Mr. Higgins got it down in North Carolina. Look at the paperwork. I brought it in here last year. You weren't here. I brought it in, and Mr. Cushing, we went over it.
Okay.
He's told me anonymous donor doesn't have to be identified. So she should have wrote the check out. Anonymous donor, $500. We already allowed anonymous donor in the Higgins property deal.
Okay. Any other comments?
That's it for me.
Hello, Francis.
Hello.
You ready?
Feel free to snicker, snide, or whatever, because quite frankly, I don't give a rodent's rump about any of it, because I'll annoy you all. I find it timely and amusing that just moments before Mr. Sobieski and the committee were insulted that when I carried the piece of paper back to Mrs. Roby, I was told, I just got it, take it back to the boy.
Oh.
Yes. You know, you're just a youngster, Kitty. You just haven't learned yet what to do. I've been in here since 1995 at Township Committee, Planning Board, Environmental. I have seen many, many times when this meeting room, whoever was on the dais, whoever was on the other side of whatever, was treated disrespectfully, was mocked, was told, and I early on when I started filming, turn that camera off. It bothers my eyes. I can remember when Mr. Spiegel was on the committee, there was great mirth, joy, and muttering on that side of the room. Silly Season is an annual event, and it starts the day after the election, and it will not continue until the next day after the election, and that is, you can swear on it. There has been a long history of misstatements, manipulation, creative fact-telling, which is a big reason why I started coming in here and videotaping, although it started at the county with the thing that happened with Margaret. But it was because history was rewritten. And I can remember standing here, and I think you were here, Mr. Matthews, and I'm going, do you want to go to the videotape? And got no answer either. You're welcome to anything in my house. You're welcome to, I now seem to be directing most of my attention to the back. But I have been attacked, and I'm not going to identify the individual, and actually in some cases individuals. No, Rich, but it's, you know, at times I've snickered at you, times you've snickered at me, and you know what? We're all adults, mostly, and hopefully, you know, get over it. The reality is that, God, it's late. We shouldn't have to be doing this stuff, but I was attacked, and some of the people here are aware of it, and I'm not going into the details of the one incident, for not having stood up as if, you know, I was a scout and why didn't I defend my troop and all of that. Regarding the letter that was discussed earlier, I was not aware of it, although I'm on the Environmental Commission. I wasn't asked about it. There are times that things come to me as a member, and there's times that things don't. But I, as an individual at that time, I was offended, that the commission was being represented out of context. As an individual, I can write and say anything, but I don't speak or act as a member or anything like that. And there may actually, and I'm not going to ask you to spend money, but I'm sure somebody will figure it out. There should be some legal consequence to misrepresenting or presenting an argument in a periodical as if it's coming from the voice of those who love and care about the environment. We can agree to disagree. We can agree to be adults. And that is not, while it is theory, it is not endemic. So you may want to ask the Board of Health to see if they can test the water, because there's something a little wacky in it. I don't know what it is, but, you know, I'm sure they've fled. Yep, Les is here. So it'll get back. You know, grow up, get over it, speak about the facts, and at your age, sunny, not so sunny, moderate, and I'm an old bat. And to teach you all a little Gaelic, there's a phrase, Pog Mahone, and it has to do with, I can tell you off the record, I wouldn't want to offend anybody's sensibilities.
I think it means another pint, please.
No, it doesn't. It has to do with kissing something and a burrow.
I thought it had to do with don't poke the bear.
I should have worn the shirt.
All right, anybody else?
Move we close.
Motion to close? Can I have a motion to close?
Move we close.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Before we go, I'd like to make a comment. I've sat up here, this is my 8th year sitting up here. And I've never seen more dedication of a township committee member than Mr. Wolf. If you look at the body of work this man has produced in his short tenure on this township committee so far, it's astounding. I've seen other township committees of both parties on this dais, myself included, who hasn't done 10% of the work that Mr. Wolf has done. So for anyone who criticizes him, you know, you ought to think about what you have. You have a person who doesn't need to do this. He's very successful. He's a model in his profession. He's an excellent attorney. He's run circles around most of the attorneys we've hired in this town to do work for us. I've had the privilege and honor of reviewing documents, of editing documents, of working with documents that he's written, and it's just an amazing, amazing effort. He leads by example, and he's, you know, I have one of my, I'm a business person, and one of my biggest mentors always said, results, not excuses. And I live by that mantra in my business world. And I just have to say, look at the results. 2 years in a row, we've had a flat budget. We cut taxes last year. Flat budget this year. We're spending more money on roads and road work this year and getting more miles done than than the previous township committees that I was on was able to do in decades. Why do you think we want to preserve Zion Road, because it's the right thing to do. To have a resident of Zion Road stand up and say, don't spend money preserving my road that we just paved, is ludicrous, because that's what hasn't happened in this town for 20 years. The township committee up here was irresponsible and didn't maintain the roads the way they should have been maintained. Had they been doing that all along, we wouldn't be where we are today. We've worked very hard to make a budget flat, to run this place as a business and deliver an A-plus product. We're the envy of other towns right now. So for anyone out there, and I wish they were here because they always walk away, show me your results. Show me the results of the previous committees. Look at the messes we've been in, the things we're digging ourselves out of, the debacle with our open space trust fund, the debacle with this golf course, the little goodies and trinkets that have been given out by people throughout the years. It's a disgrace. I don't say much up here, but I'm disturbed by it. And I'm going to continue to support Mr. Wolf throughout his tenure on this township committee, and I'm going to be his number one fan knocking on doors, because this is what you need in government. You need people who follow the law and do the right thing.
Give me a hug. Give me a hug.
Hey, don't scratch that thin skin.
I have nothing to say. I'm speechless. Thank you, Tim. That was so nice. Thank you. Thank you.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
I agree with Tim 100%. I just want to put that on the record.
You know, so often in life, no, I'm going to say one more thing.
Goodness.
So often in life, I have employees, I have people who work for me. So often in life, all we remember is the one thing they did wrong. You know, the problem with performance reviews in this anyone who works for a company, is you always get your performance review when you made a mistake, right? And the boss, oh boy, that was a horrible mistake. They don't look at all of the things you did throughout your body of work. So I say measure the results. I challenge anyone in this town, any freeholder, any other township committee member of another town, to say one thing that this committee, since we took over last year, did wrong. Challenge you, Les. I challenge anybody. Bring it on. And I will lay out facts. I'm not going to argue with anybody, but you show me facts, and I'll argue them. If we did something wrong, I'll accept the blame. You should be very proud of the work that this township committee does.
We did do one thing wrong, and I take fault for it, which is we didn't notify the people on the Zoning Board of Adjustment in advance that we were getting. And I called every one of those people, well, except one who would not take my call, but I called everyone except one and apologized, because that was a screw-up. But we're not perfect, but we're trying our best. And we are getting pretty good results. And I look forward to the next few years, because I think there's still a lot more good stuff to be done.
And keep in mind, everybody, we sit up here, we don't take a salary, not one of us. We dedicate a lot of time. Richie knows he was on this, Les was on the township committee. There's a lot of work that we do behind the scenes, reading documents, meeting with people, negotiating. This is a lot of work, and we take it seriously.
And there's no buffer. We got rid of the buffer. We don't have a $70,000 a year administrator that people have to go through. They come right to us. We get the emails, we respond, we get the phone calls. We got rid of the buffer. We saved $70,000 a year. And when people come to us, we respond, and we respond promptly. It may not always be the answer they want, but at least they respect the fact that they got a prompt response. And I will tell you also, he's working 3 jobs to put himself through law school. If anybody deserved to take the salary, it's Chris. And I told Chris that I would support him if he decided to take the salary. He didn't take the salary. And he's working 3 jobs. I can't get him till 10, 11 o'clock at night because he's still working or going to class till 10 o'clock, 7, 11 o'clock at night. So,
That's true.
Unfortunately. You know, we're not, none of us here is retired. We're all professionals. And this is hard work, but it's very rewarding, and I love doing it. I really enjoy this. And I'm having a great deal of fun being the mayor, I must say, even though I screw up all the procedural stuff. I'm making my own motions Fortunately, I have Tim here as my gatekeeper because he's been doing this a long time. But we try. All right, we have an executive session. I don't think it's going to take very long. There's nothing else substantive after the executive session. Thank you for coming.
And not taking salary is a change in the last couple of years, too.
All right. Do we? Okay. Do we?
We're out of executive.
We're out of executive session.
Is our television monitors on? Do we know?
Are we on TV now? Okay.
I don't know, but you're
Matt
online.
knows. Matt's good with this.
Yeah, Matt would have to call.
Well, can't you should be able to see it on the screen. Is that
You can see it the whole time.
I see,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So, do you want to?
Yeah.
Do you want to read into the record the resolution, and then we'll make a motion to approve it?
Yeah, let me just summarize again for the public. So our clerk Terry Stahl tendered her resignation effective April 1 to pursue retirement. We posted the position very broadly. We actually paid a fee to post it as broadly as we possibly could. We had roughly 9 or 10 applicants, of which they were in 3 categories. Several of them were not even close to being nearly qualified. Several were people who had experiences in life, office experiences and things that you could argue they had skills, but no experience in municipal government or no experience as clerks. And there was 2 or 3 of them that were actually certified clerks from other municipalities who for various reasons were looking to move. So Rick and I interviewed those ones that were certified clerks, and we came to the conclusion that not only was there a challenge logistically for them to make this move, but also they all wanted a salary much higher than our current ordinance allows and that our current clerk was earning. So based on that, one of the applicants was an internal employee named Krista Parsons, who has demonstrated a very positive track record of work and deliverables over her short tenure so far. Every challenge she took, she succeeded at. So we sat down with Krista and we've come to an agreement where Krista will be taking on the role as acting part-time non-certified clerk and will pursue the certification over the next 1.5 to 2 years and complete all the certification. East Amwell will pay for those certification classes upon completion of them and reimburse her. Upon certification, Krista will be considered for promotion to a certified clerk position. And if she were to terminate her employment within 2 years after certification, she would be responsible to reimburse the township for all the classes and expenses. Oh, you're back there, talking about Krista. She's back there. Sorry about that. I should be looking at you.
I had Terry Reiser.
Okay,
to
good.
Be,
And just for the record, she's been riced. So I'm going to read into the record a resolution, and I'd ask the members of the committee to consider this resolution and approve it.
Can I just?
Yes.
We're not making her lay out the money for her classes. We're going to pay for her classes. She's not paying and we reimburse her.
Whatever our policy is, I know we have policies.
I think we pay for classes.
I think so too.
For example, when we took our planning board classes, if you recall, the township paid for them. We didn't put in for reimbursement.
Okay.
I think that's our policy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll confirm it, but I don't think we make Krista pay for them.
Okay.
We pay for them, and she just tells us where to send the check, and Margaret gets a check cut. We'll confirm that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's how I've done my planning board and zoning officer
Okay.
and housing liaison.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what our policy was. I remember reading something in the policy book about reimbursement. So I don't know if some classes, maybe it's classes that are educational that aren't job required or something.
It's probably just bad drafting in the.
Well, it might be something like a bachelor's degree. tuition reimbursement.
But if push comes to shove, we have a $500 check from Andrea, so we're good. We're good.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good.
So this is a resolution entitled "The Appointment of Acting Part-Time Municipal Clerk and Acting Part-Time COA Administrator." Be it resolved by the Township Committee of the Township of East Amwell, County of Hunterdon, State of New Jersey, that in order to address the vacancy which shall be created by the pending resignation of the municipal clerk, Krista Parsons shall be appointed as the acting municipal clerk pursuant to NJSA 40A9-133C, with said position to be on a part-time basis and effective April 1, 2019, with a salary which shall be set by the governing body pursuant to a salary ordinance covering the period beginning April 1, 2019. Be it further resolved by the Township Committee of East Amwell Township that based on the pending resignation of the municipal clerk, there should be a vacancy in the position of municipal housing liaison and administrative agent insofar as the municipal clerk, with the permission of the special master, has been serving as the municipal housing liaison and administrative agent, and therefore to address such vacancy, the Township Committee of East Amwell hereby appoints Krista Parsons to assume the duties of the municipal housing liaison and administrative agent, a part-time position, effective April 1, 2019, with a salary which shall be set by the governing body pursuant to a salary ordinance covering the period beginning April 1, 2019. Be it further resolved that Krista Parsons will enroll in and complete the required training and certification exams for the aforementioned positions in accordance with East Amwell Township policies. Be it further resolved that upon a passing grade, the Township of East Amwell will reimburse Krista Parsons if that's the policy. Otherwise, East Amwell Township will pay for the tuition and registration fees for the required training and certification exams. So I made a minor ad hoc modification to the resolution. Be it further resolved that Krista Parsons will reimburse the Township of East Amwell for the tuition and registration fees paid by the Township to Krista Parsons if she voluntarily terminates her employment with the Township of East Amwell within 2 years after achieving said certifications. Be it further resolved that upon successful completion and certification, the Township of East Amwell will consider appointing Krista Parsons to municipal clerk, part-time certified, and/or COA municipal housing liaison, part-time certified, with the salary ranges for such positions based on her achievement of the certifications and effective performance of the work, duties, and tasks associated with the positions and the scope of the certifications, by order of the Township Committee.
I will make a motion to approve the resolution that Deputy Mayor Matthews just read.
I'll second the motion.
Is there any further discussion or comment?
Wait, I can't. I keep thinking you're the mayor. I can't get over this mayor thing here.
So I'll make the motion as read by Deputy Mayor. And then someone else can second.
Chris did.
Already did, all right.
Is there any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. Great, and just mechanically, next meeting, we will be introducing a salary and wage ordinance with amendments that will reflect the positions being created and the salary ranges accordingly.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And we have a lot of faith and confidence in you, so we're here to support you.
Thank you.
All of us except Chris have a lot of faith in confidence.
Well, he's just a little boy.
We're all picking on Chris tonight. Okay. Administrative reports. Anybody have anything they want to discuss? Correspondence. Anyone have anything they want to discuss?
Wait, we got to do bills in the evening.
Oh.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can I have a motion to approve the bills in the evening?
So moved.
I'll second.
Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
Mary's tax sale certificate resolution,
Oh, that.
then the tax collector Highland, and the administrative reports.
It's one of those certificate sales that I still don't understand.
I did. I can probably figure it out again. And oh, here we go. So this is the redemption of the tax sale certificate?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll move the tax sale certificates.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anything else, Pam?
Nope, I think that's it.
Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Who was it,
Anyone
Chris?
second?
I'll second.
Can we discuss it?
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
No.
All right.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Great, we're done.